Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing I noticed was the door. It was just the door to my daughter's room. A simple slab of painted pine, the color of old bone, with a tarnished brass knob set in its center. I had passed through it 1,000 times, my hand finding that cool metal sphere without thought, the weight of the door swinging inward a familiar and negligible thing. But that Tuesday evening, as I stood in the hallway with a basket of freshly folded laundry pressed against my hip, the door seemed wrong. It wasn't that it had grown larger, though some primitive part of my brain insisted it had, looming like the gate of a cathedral. It was that the proportions had shifted, subtly, cruelly. The space between the top of the doorframe and the ceiling, which I knew to be a uniform 6 inches throughout our old farmhouse, now appeared to be a sliver, a mere breadth of plaster. Meanwhile, the gap at the floor yawned, a dark, hungry mouth wide enough to slide a hand beneath. The knob itself was no longer at the level of my waist, but seemed to have sunk, requiring me to reach down, an awkward, supplicating gesture. I blinked, and for a moment it snapped back to normal. Then it wavered again, the geometry of my home betraying me. The simple act of entering my child's room becoming an expedition into a space that did not obey the known rules. This is how it began. Not with screams or flying furniture, but with a quiet, architectural malice. A wrongness in the angles. Her name is Gloria. Was Gloria. I still have to correct myself. She was 15, all sharp elbows and long, nervous fingers, with hair the color of wheat left too long in the field and eyes that held the changing gray-green of a stormy sea. She had always been a quiet child, prone to daydreams, to staring out at the flat, endless Indiana fields that surrounded our home, as if she could see something marching through the corn that was invisible to the rest of us. I attributed her recent silence, her withdrawal, to the ordinary anguish of adolescence, the tectonic shift from child to something else. I missed the sound of her humming in the shower, the way she would thump down the stairs, a happy avalanche of limbs and energy. The silence that had replaced it was a different kind of presence, a heavy, listening silence. The smells came next. Not a foul odor, not rot or decay, but a scent that was profoundly out of place. It was the smell of ozone, of the air after a lightning strike, sharp and electric, mixed with the damp, mineral scent of freshly turned earth, the kind you find at the bottom of a hole dug too deep. It would waft from her room at unpredictable hours, coiling through the house, and then be gone, leaving behind only the mundane smells of coffee and wood polish. I asked her about it once, cautiously, as we set the table for dinner. She just looked at me, her head cocked to one side in a way that was not quite human, a puppet considering its strings. "It's the rain coming, Mom," she said, and her voice was her own, but it was layered, a whisper beneath the whisper. It's the smell of the world breathing in, The skeptical figures were my brother, Ray, and his wife, Carol. They came for a weekend, their station wagon crunching over the gravel drive, all loud voices and sensible shoes. Ray clapped me on the back too hard, his eyes scanning my face for signs of strain. "She's a teenager, Ellen," he said that first night over pot roast, his voice a low, reasonable rumble. "They get moody. They listen to weird music. It's a phase." Carol nodded vigorously, her bobbed hair swinging. "She just needs to get out more, join a club at school." I wanted to believe them. I clung to their normality like a life raft. But then, during a game of Scrabble in the living room, Gloria, who had been listlessly pushing letters around her rack, looked up at Ray and smiled. It was a cold, slow smile that did not touch her eyes. "Your wife is sleeping with her dentist, Uncle Ray," she said, her voice flat, factual. "His name is Dr. Albright. He has very clean hands." The room went dead silent. The color drained from Ray S.'s face, and Carol made a small, choked sound. The following morning, they left abruptly, citing a forgotten commitment. They never came back. That was the end of normality. The omens had accumulated, a pile of strange stones at my feet, and I could no longer pretend not to see them. I called the family doctor, who prescribed vitamins and suggested a therapist. The therapist, a gentle woman with kind eyes, spoke to Gloria for an hour, and then took me aside. "There's a significant dissociation," she said, choosing her words with care, "and a level of knowing that is unsettling. I think, Ellen, we should consider a psychiatric evaluation." But I knew. In the deep, silent marrow of my bones, I knew this was not a matter of chemistry or trauma. This was something older. I found myself driving to St. Jude S., the small Catholic church on the edge of town. I wasn't a regular parishioner, but my mother had been, and I remembered the rituals, the scent of incense and wax, the comforting weight of ancient words. I met with Father Devon first. He was young, with a face still soft with idealism, his eyes bright with a faith that had not yet been tested by true darkness. He listened to me, his hands steepled under his chin, his expression one of polite concern. He spoke of stress, of developmental disorders. But I persisted, my voice breaking as I described the shifting door, the smell of ozone and deep earth, the thing that looked out from behind my daughter's eyes. I must have conveyed some shred of pure, undiluted terror, because he finally agreed to bring in someone else. "There's a man," Devon said, his voice dropping. "Father Gus. He has experience with these matters." Gus arrived 2 days later in a battered pickup truck. He was not what I expected. He was a large man, but not tall, built solid like a stump, with thick, gnarled hands and a face weathered by sun and sorrow. He wore a simple black shirt and trousers, no collar. His eyes were the color of flint, and they held no easy comfort. They were eyes that had seen things and had not looked away. He walked through my house without speaking, his presence a solid, quiet weight. He paused at the foot of the stairs, looking up towards Gloria's room. He didn't go up. He simply stood there, breathing in the air of my home. Then he came and sat at my kitchen table, his large hands resting on the worn wood. "As here," he said. His voice was a low, gravelly thing, a sound that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It is old, and it is deep inside her. He looked at me, and there was no pity in his gaze, only a stark honesty. "This will not be like the movies, Ellen. There will be no shouting in Latin and a puff of smoke. This is a war for a soul. It will be ugly. It will break things. It may break her. It may break you." I started to cry then, silent tears that felt like they were being wrung from a stone. He let me cry. When I was done, he said, "We will need your permission. And we will need to do it here. It has made its home here. We must fight it on its own ground." The preparation was a ritual in itself. Gus moved through the house with a quiet purpose, and I followed him like a shadow, my mind a spiral of fear and a desperate, fragile hope. He had me take down all the mirrors, every last one, wrapping them in black cloth and storing them in the basement. He explained that they were gateways, that the thing inside Gloria used them to reinforce its hold, to see itself as her. He placed small bowls of salt and iron filings on the windowsills of her room. The air in the house grew thick, charged, as if before a summer storm. The very light seemed to change, becoming a dusty, oppressive gold that caught the motes of dust floating in the air and made them look like suspended ashes. Devon was the opposite, a nervous energy, his faith a flickering candle next to Gus's steady forge. He recited prayers, his voice sometimes trembling, and he would jump at the ordinary creaks and groans of the old house. He tried to talk to Gloria, to reason with the thing inside her. He would sit by her bed, his Bible open on his lap, and speak of God as love, of redemption. She would lie there, perfectly still, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Once she turned her head slowly, a motion that was too fluid, too deliberate, and fixed him with that flat, alien gaze. "Your God is a whisper in a hurricane, little priest," she whispered, and her voice was the sound of dry leaves skittering across stone. "We were here before the hurricane. We will be here after." Devon fled the room, his face pale, and was sick in the hall bathroom. I heard the ragged sounds of his retching, a human punctuation to the inhuman silence. The revelation did not come in a single moment. It was a slow, dreadful dawning, like a stain spreading on a ceiling. It was in the way Gloria would sometimes speak in languages that were guttural and twisted, languages that Gus later told me were dead, tongues not spoken for millennia. It was in the cold that emanated from her body, a cold so profound it felt like touching the void between stars. It was in the things she knew, the secrets she pulled from the depths of our minds, like rotten teeth. She told Devon about the doubt that gnawed at him in the dead of night, the fear that his vocation was a mistake, that he was preaching to an empty heaven. She told me about the day my mother died, things I had never spoken aloud, the secret, shameful thought I had as I held her hand, a thought of relief. She laughed, a sound like breaking glass, and said, "You are all so small. You build your little lives of sticks and mud on the edge of an ocean of darkness, and you think your prayers are seawalls." One night, the climax began. It started with a sound, a low, rhythmic pounding from upstairs, not like fists on a door, but like something heavy and wet being thrown against a wall. Thump, thump, thump. Gus stood up from the kitchen table where we had been sitting in a vigil of silence. He looked at Devon, whose hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his rosary. "It's time," Gus said. His flinty eyes were calm. "It's showing us its strength. Now we show it ours." The air in Gloria's room was a solid thing, a syrupy medium that resisted movement. The smell of ozone and deep earth was so strong it was a taste on the tongue, metallic and cold. Gloria was on the bed, but she was contorted, her back arched so severely it seemed her spine must snap, her head thrown back, her mouth open in a silent scream. Her limbs were moving in jerky, impossible angles, as if manipulated by a malicious puppeteer. The room itself seemed to pulse, the walls breathing, the shadows in the corners congealing into solid, watchful darkness. Gus began to speak. It was not a shout, but a low, resonant chant, the Latin words rolling from his tongue with the weight of centuries. He held a simple, old crucifix in his hand, not waving it like a weapon, but presenting it as a fact, an immutable truth. Devon stood beside him, his voice joining in, thinner, higher, but there. The thing inside Gloria reacted violently. Her head snapped forward, her eyes wide open, but they were no longer the stormy sea of my daughter. They were black, polished obsidian, windows into a perfect and absolute nothingness. "You dare?" A voice rasped from her throat, a chorus of voices, grinding stones and screaming wind. "You insects, you fading echoes." The room temperature plummeted. Our breath plumed in the air. The pounding sound intensified, now coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, a cacophony of hate. Pictures flew from the walls, not thrown, but seeming to leap of their own accord, glass shattering. The bed began to shake, the legs rattling against the floorboards. Gus never flinched. His voice grew louder, a rock in a raging sea. He pressed forward, speaking directly to the thing, commanding it in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Then it turned its attention to Devon. "You," it hissed, and a smile stretched Gloria's lips, a cruel, gash-like thing. "You who doubt. You who wet yourself with fear in the night. Do you think he cannot hear your thoughts? Do you think your God does not know you wish to run?" Devon stumbled back, his prayers faltering. The thing laughed, and the sound was a physical blow. "He is not here, little priest. For you, he has never been here." I saw the doubt crack open inside Devon, a fissure widening into a chasm. His faith, his one shield, shattered. He dropped his Bible, the pages fluttering like a wounded bird. He turned and ran, his screams echoing down the stairs and out the front door into the night. He was gone. It was just Gus and the thing now. And me, huddled in the doorway, a ghost in my own nightmare. The entity, sensing its victory, focused all its malice on the old priest. It spoke in a rapid, guttural stream, revealing things, horrible things, about Gus's past. A failure. A boy long ago who had not been saved. A name, Michael, spoken with such vile intimacy that even Gus's rock-solid composure wavered. A tear traced a path through the grime on his cheek. You see, the thing crooned, using Gloria S. face, my daughter S. face, to utter its poison. You are just a man, a failed, broken old man. Your words are dust. Gus closed his eyes for a moment. He seemed to shrink, the weight of decades of battling this darkness finally bowing his shoulders. The chanting stopped. The room held its breath. The thing inside Gloria smiled its victory smile. Then Gus opened his eyes, and they were not the eyes of a failed man. They were the eyes of a man who had stared into the abyss for so long that a part of him had learned to speak its language. There was no rage in them, no fear. There was only a profound, bottomless, and utterly human sorrow. He did not raise his voice. He did not brandish the crucifix. He took a step closer to the bed, to the thing that wore my daughter like a suit. "I am just a man," he said, his voice quiet, almost conversational. "But I am a man who is loved. And you are nothing. You are a hunger, a silence. You have never known a mother's hand. You have never felt the sun on your face. You have never loved anything. You are less than the dust between the stars." He reached out, not with the crucifix, but with his bare, gnarled hand, and he placed it on Gloria S.'s forehead. It was not an act of violence. It was an act of blessing, of claiming. The thing screamed. It was not a sound of anger, but of pure, undiluted agony. The blackness fled from Gloria S.'s eyes, and for a single, heart-stopping second, I saw my daughter, truly saw her, trapped and terrified. Then the room erupted. A force, like a silent explosion, threw me back against the hallway wall. The windows blew outward, showering the yard with glittering shards. And from Gloria S.'s mouth, a torrent of darkness poured forth, a shapeless, howling vortex of hate and cold that seemed to suck the light and sound from the world. It swirled around the room once, twice, and then, with a final, teeth-rattling shudder, it was gone. The silence that followed was absolute. It was the silence of a vacuum, of a place from which all life has been scoured. Gus slumped to his knees, his head bowed. Gloria lay on the bed, still and pale, breathing in shallow, ragged breaths. She lived. My Gloria lived. But she was a ghost of herself. The thing was gone, but it had taken pieces of her with it. The light in her eyes was dimmer. She would sit for hours, staring at her hands, as if surprised to find them attached to her body. She never spoke of what happened. Neither did Father Devon never returned to the priesthood. I heard he moved out west and sells insurance. Gus left the next day. He looked ancient, hollowed out. He just nodded to me, a look passing between us that held a universe of shared horror. He got in his truck and drove away, and I never saw him again. We tried to live. For a year, we moved through the rooms of the house, two shadows careful not to touch. The door to her room never quite looked right to me again, its proportions forever teasing the edge of wrongness. Last week, Gloria turned 18. There was no party. She came to me in the kitchen, her face calm, but her eyes held a terrible knowledge. "It's still out there, Mom. she whispered. It not in me anymore, but it waiting. It in the wind. It in the dirt. This morning, her bed was empty. No note, just the indentation of her head on the pillow. I knew where to look. I walked out into the field behind our house, the corn standing tall and green, rustling in a breeze that carried the smell of ozone and deep, fresh earth. The sky was a vast, indifferent blue. I walked until I found a place where the corn was trampled down in a perfect circle. In the center, the soil was dark and damp, as if something had recently risen from it, or returned to it. I stand here now, at the edge of the circle. The wind is picking up, whispering through the stalks, a sound like 1,000 low voices. It smells like rain. The horizon is a seamless line where the land meets the sky, and I feel the immense, crushing weight of it all, the sheer scale of a world that does not care for a mother's grief. The wind grows stronger, pulling at my hair and clothes, and the corn sways and bends, a green ocean closing over the spot where my daughter vanished. The darkness is not coming. I realize now, with a final, chilling certainty, that it was always here. It is in the soil beneath my feet, in the air I breathe, in the silent, patient landscape that is slowly, inexorably, swallowing everything. The wind, the water, the darkness, covering every presence, until there is nothing left but the field, and the sky, and the waiting. I do not step into the circle. Something in the turned earth warns me against it. A primal instinct that screams this is a place of endings, not beginnings. Instead, I sink to my knees at its edge. The dampness from the soil seeps through my jeans, a cold shock. I press my palms flat against the ground, feeling the gritty texture of the dirt, the small, hard pebbles. I am trying to feel her, to find some last trace of my daughter in this violated patch of earth. But there is nothing. Just the chill and the smell, that ancient, metallic scent of a world breathing in. I do not know how long I kneel there. The sun climbs, bleaching the blue from the sky, turning it a pale, washed-out white. The wind does not stop. It whispers and mutters, a constant, sibilant presence. It is not a natural wind. It carries no scent of pollen or distant rain, only that same cold emptiness. After a time, the numbness that has protected me for a year begins to crack. It starts as a pressure behind my eyes, then a tightness in my throat. The grief does not come as a sob, but as a silent, shuddering collapse. My shoulders curl forward and my forehead touches the dirt. I do not cry for the daughter I lost today. I cry for the daughter I lost a year ago, the one who never really came back. I cry for the ghost who shared my house, and for the final, terrible piece I see in this empty circle. She is gone, and in a way I cannot fully comprehend, she is free. Eventually, the physical cold forces me to move. My joints are stiff, my hands numb. I push myself up, my legs unsteady. I turn my back on the circle and walk towards the house. The distance seems vast, each step an effort. The house, which has always been a sanctuary, now looks like a shell, a brittle husk waiting to be blown away. I walk inside, and the silence is different. It is no longer the silence of two people tiptoeing around each other's pain. It is the silence of a tomb. I go to the sink and run the water, washing the dirt from my hands. The water is warm, but I cannot feel it. I look out the window above the sink, across the field. From here, the circle is invisible, hidden by the towering corn. The world looks normal, deceptively, cruelly normal. The phone rings, a shrill sound that makes me jump. It is Carol. Her voice is bright, artificially cheerful. "Ellen, just checking in. We haven't heard from you in ages. How's Gloria? Did she have a nice birthday?" I open my mouth to speak, but no sound comes out. I see my reflection in the dark screen of the microwave. My face is pale, streaked with dirt and dried tears. My eyes are hollow. "Ellen, are you there? You are breaking up." I clear my throat. "She is fine, Carol," I say, and my voice is a stranger S, flat and calm. "She is gone away for a little while. A trip. Oh, how wonderful. A change of scenery will do her good. Where did she go?" I look back out the window, at the endless, shifting green of the field. "I am not sure," I say, "but I think she has finally found what she was looking for." I hang up while Carol is still talking, the sound of her mundane concern cutting off abruptly. I will not call the police. What would I tell them? That my daughter walked into a cornfield and was taken by the wind. They would nod and make notes and talk about runaways and mental health, and they would never understand. They would trample the circle with their big, sensible shoes and their flashing lights, and they would miss the entire truth of it. The day passes in a blur. I move from room to room, not tidying, not cleaning, just looking. I stand in the doorway of Gloria's room. The bed is neatly made. The small bowls of salt and iron filings are still on the windowsill, covered in a fine layer of dust. The room feels empty, not just of her, but of everything. The presence, the malevolence, the memory of the struggle it is all gone. It is just a room now. As evening falls, I find myself drawn back outside. I don't go to the field. Instead, I sit on the back steps, watching the light fade. The wind has died down to a gentle sigh. The first stars prickle in the violet sky. I think of Gus, and I wonder if he is still out there, driving his battered truck, or if the fight for my daughter's soul was his last. I think of his words, that this was a war. We lost the battle, but perhaps, in some way I cannot see, we won a small, terrible victory. She is not theirs. She is just gone. Light appears at the edge of the field. It is a soft, greenish glow, hovering just above the trampled corn. It does not flicker like a firefly. It pulses slowly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat. I watch it, my own heart a dull thud in my chest. I feel no fear, only a weary recognition. It is a sign, a marker, a door left slightly ajar. The light winks out. The night is deep and full. I sit on the steps until the cold seeps into my bones, until I am just another shadow in the gathering dark. I know now that my waiting is over. My purpose has shifted. It is no longer about healing or surviving. It is about watching. It is about bearing witness to the silence, and to whatever chooses to break it next. The next morning I went into town. The sunlight felt thin and false. The cheerful greetings from people on the street, like dialogue from a play I had stumbled into. I bought groceries, I did not need, moving through the aisles of the supermarket with a detached focus. I saw Mrs. Henderson from the library, and she asked after Gloria. I gave her the same story, the trip, the change of scenery. Her smile was warm and believing. I realized then the immense, isolating power of the truth. It was a wall of glass between me and everyone else. They saw a woman buying milk and bread. They did not see the watcher at the edge of the field. That night the dreams began. Not dreams of Gloria lost or afraid, but dreams of stillness. I was standing in the circle, but the corn was gone. In every direction stretched a flat, gray plain under a sky the color of lead. There was no sound, no wind, only a profound silence that was neither peaceful nor menacing. It simply was, and I knew, with the certainty of dreams, that I was waiting. Something was coming, not for me, but through me. I would wake just before dawn, my body tense. The echo of that infinite silence ringing in my ears. Days folded into one another. I established a new routine. In the mornings, I would sit at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee and watch the field. In the afternoons, I would walk its perimeter, never venturing too close to the center, but tracing the edge like a planet orbiting a dead star. I started a journal, not a diary of feelings, but a log. The weather, the direction of the wind, any unusual animal behavior. I noted the day. A flock of crows settled over the circle, silent and unmoving for an hour before scattering as one. I noted the night the northern lights danced, not in their usual green, but in a deep, bruised purple I had never seen before. I was collecting data on the emptiness. A month after Gloria left, a car I didn't recognize pulled into the driveway. A man got out, tall and lean, dressed in a dark suit that seemed out of place against the dust of the gravel. He had a calm, assessing look in his eyes. He introduced himself as Agent Miles, though he didn't specify which agency. His ID was a flash of silver and plastic. He asked if I was Ellen, the mother of Gloria. I said I was. He asked if he could come inside. He sat at my kitchen table, declining coffee. He was polite, his voice a low, even baritone. He said they were following up on a pattern, unexplained phenomena, energy fluctuations. He mentioned other names in other towns that meant nothing to me. Then he looked directly at me, and his eyes were old in his young face. He asked about the field. He asked if I had seen anything. A light, perhaps. A distortion in the air. I told him about the green light. I saw no reason to lie. To someone like him, the truth would be just another piece of data. He nodded, as if I had confirmed something he already knew. He asked about Gloria. I told him she was on a trip. He held my gaze for a long moment, and I knew he didn't believe me, but he also knew I wasn't lying. It was a strange, quiet understanding between us. He left without any further questions. At the door, he handed me a plain white card with a single phone number printed on it. No name, no agency logo. If you see anything else, he said, anything at all. He got in his car and drove away. I placed the card on the mantelpiece. It looked like a tombstone. That evening, I went to the edge of the circle. The air was perfectly still. I felt a pull, a faint, magnetic tugging in the center of my chest. It was not a voice, not a thought. It was an invitation, an opening. I understood then that the circle was not a scar. It was a gateway. And it was not closed. It was waiting. Gloria had not been taken. She had been called. And the call was still going out, a silent frequency humming just beneath the surface of the world. I knew, with a cold and absolute certainty, that I was not just a witness anymore. I was the next point of contact. The silence was not empty. It was listening. And it was beginning to listen to me. The pull intensified over the following week, a constant, low-grade hum in my blood. It was worst at night. I would lie in bed and feel the house breathing around me, each creak, and sigh a word in a language I was slowly learning. The journal entries became more sparse. What was the point of noting the wind direction when the wind itself seemed to be speaking? The data was no longer external. It was internal. I was the instrument. I stopped going into town. The chatter of people was a painful static, drowning out the signal I was now straining to hear. Carol called again, her voice sharp with a concern that had curdled into suspicion. I repeated the lie about the trip, my voice flat. She said she was thinking of stopping by. I told her not to. The line went quiet for a moment. "Ellen," she said, "you sound different." I hung up without answering. Different was not the word. I was being recalibrated. One afternoon, I found myself standing in the circle. I don't remember deciding to walk into it. One moment I was at the edge, and the next I was in the center, the trampled corn crunching under my feet. The air was thick and heavy. The hum was not a sound here, but a vibration in the soil, a resonance that traveled up through the soles of my shoes and into my bones. I closed my eyes. I did not pray. I did not think of Gloria. I simply listened, and something listened back. It was not a presence, not like the thing that had possessed my daughter. That had been a sharp, defined malice. This was vast, ancient, and indifferent. It was the consciousness of the land itself, the patient intelligence of stone and root and deep, moving water. It had no name for me, no message. It simply acknowledged my existence. I was a flicker on the edge of its perception, a brief warmth against its eternal cold. The knowledge should have been terrifying. Instead, it was a relief. My grief, my fear, my love for my daughter, they were all so small, so insignificant against this backdrop. They were notes in a song that had been playing for millennia. I opened my eyes. The world looked the same, the green corn, the blue sky, but it was all a veil. I could see the truth beneath it now, the immense, slow patterns of growth and decay. I understood why Gloria had come here. It was not a surrender. It was an integration. The thing that had touched her had left a stain, a resonance that this older, deeper darkness recognized. It had called her home, not to consume her, but to absorb the echo she carried. I walked back to the house, my body feeling both heavy and weightless. That night, I dreamed again of the gray plain, but this time I was not alone. Far away, across the flat expanse, I saw a figure. It was Gloria, but not the broken girl I had lost. She was calm, her face serene. She did not look at me. She was looking at the horizon, waiting, just as I had been. There was no need to speak. The distance between us was irrelevant. We were both part of the same silence now. The next day, I threw the journal into the wood stove. I watched the pages blacken and curl, the carefully noted observations turning to ash. The data was complete. I called the number on the white card. Agent Miles answered on the second ring. He didn't say hello. He just waited. "It has started," I said. "I know," he replied. His voice was tired. "We were tracking it. The event is localized to your property for now. The energy signature is different from the others. Cleaner. It is not an event," I said. "It is an awakening." There was a long pause. "Are you safe, Ellen?" he asked. And for the first time, I heard a flicker of something human in his voice. "Safe isn't the right word," I told him. "I am necessary." I hung up. I went to the window. The field was quiet. The circle was still there, a secret held in the palm of the land. I am the gatekeeper now, not to keep anything out, but to stand watch as the world remembers what it truly is. The wind picked up, rustling the corn, and this time I understood the words. It was a story of before and a story of after, and I was now a sentence in the middle. The days lost their names. The sun and the moon became mere lights in the sky, markers for the ebb and flow of the energy that now pulsed through the land. I ate when I was hungry, slept when the weight of the silence became too heavy to bear awake. My body felt less like my own and more like an antenna, finely tuned to a frequency that was slowly drowning out the noise of the living world. Agent Miles came back once. I saw his car from the window, a dark speck on the ribbon of road leading to the farm. But he did not turn into the driveway. He stopped on the shoulder, and I felt his gaze across the distance, a pinpoint of human concern against the vast, patient presence of the field. After a few minutes, he drove on. He understood. There was nothing for him here anymore. This was not a matter for his agencies or his instruments. The pull from the circle was a constant now, a gentle, insistent tide. I no longer fought it. I spent hours sitting in the center of the trampled corn, my eyes closed, my hands resting on the cool, dark soil. In those moments, I wasn't Ellen, the mother, the widow, the survivor. I was a conduit. Images would flash behind my eyelids, not memories, but glimpses of the deep time that the land held. I saw glaciers retreating, leaving the raw, scraped earth. I saw the first green shoots pushing through the thawing ground. I saw generations of my own family, their lives brief, bright flames against the enduring dark. Their joys and sorrows were real, but they were also temporary. The land absorbed them all, without judgment, without memory. One evening, as the light faded from the sky, I felt a shift. The humming in the ground changed pitch, becoming a clear, resonant tone. I walked to the circle, not because I chose to, but because my legs carried me there. The air was perfectly still, yet the corn around the perimeter began to rustle, not from wind, but from a vibration that came from within the earth itself. greenish light I had seen before appeared. But this time it did not hover. It bloomed from the soil, a soft, phosphorescent mist that rose to my knees. I felt no fear, only a profound sense of arrival. This was the next step. Gloria had been the first, the sensitive one who had been marked. I was the anchor, the one who would stay behind to tend the gateway. I looked back at the house one last time. It was already fading, its lines blurring, becoming insubstantial against the deepening twilight. Then I turned my face to the sky. The stars were coming out, but they were wrong. Their patterns were unfamiliar, their light a cold, ancient blue. The mist from the circle rose higher, enveloping me in a cool embrace. It was not a physical sensation, but a feeling of being known fully and completely by something immense. The world of men, of grocery stores and ringing phones and kindly neighbors, dissolved like a dream upon waking. The silence was no longer empty. It was full. It was a presence of such scale that I was a single grain of sand on an infinite shore. And as the last of my individual self faded away, I felt a final, clear thought. It was not my own, but it flowed through me. It was simple. The waiting is over. And then there was only the field and the sky and the slow, patient turning of the earth. I was gone, but I was everywhere. The gate was open. The watch had ended. The corn grew tall again the next season, greener and thicker than anyone in the county could remember. The old Henderson place stood empty, but the fields were never fallow. People driving past on the county road would sometimes slow down, struck by an inexplicable feeling of peace that settled over them as they passed the property line. They couldn't explain it, but they always left feeling a little quieter, a little less burdened. A year to the day after I disappeared, a young woman with tired eyes and a backpack got off the bus in town. She had been drawn by a dream, a recurring image of a circle of light in a field of green. She asked directions at the gas station, and the attendant, an old man who had lived there his whole life, pointed her down the road without question. He watched her walk away, a solitary figure against the flat horizon, and felt a strange certainty that she was going home. She found the circle easily, as if she had always known the way. The air hummed softly, a welcome. She dropped her backpack on the ground and sat in the center, closing her eyes. She was not afraid. She was the third point of the triangle, the one who would learn to speak the language of the stones and the wind. The watch had not ended. It had simply changed hands, and in the deep, quiet earth, something listened and was pleased. The learning was not like any studying she had ever done. There were no books, no words. It was an unraveling. The young woman, whose name was Alara, felt the constructs of her life, the anxieties, the regrets. The sharp edges of her past begin to soften and dissolve into the hum of the field. She had come seeking answers to a restlessness that had plagued her for all her 23 years. What she found was that the questions themselves were the problem. She did not live in the house. It felt like a shell, a discarded skin. Instead, she pitched a small tent at the edge of the circle, a temporary gesture that soon felt unnecessary. The weather never turned against her. The rain fell gently at night, and the sun warmed the soil by day. Food was not an issue. She had brought supplies, but she found she needed little. Hunger became a distant memory, replaced by a steady, thrumming sustenance that came from the air and the earth. Her days were spent in stillness. She would sit for hours, her palms pressed flat against the ground, and let the images come. She saw a woman with weary eyes and a heart full of love and loss. Ellen. She saw a girl blazing with a painful light, being gathered into a calm, gray expanse. Gloria. She saw the patterns of their lives woven into the longer, slower story of the land. She was not intruding on their memory. She was joining a continuum. Agent Miles came one last time. He stood at the edge of the property, his hands in his pockets, and looked at her sitting in the circle. He did not attempt to approach. He simply watched for a long time, his face a mask of professional resignation. He had spent his career chasing echoes, and now he was looking at the source. He nodded once, a silent acknowledgement of a truth he could never report, and then he turned and left. The file was closed. Alara learned to distinguish the voices within the silence. The deep, bass tone was the bedrock. The whispering rush was the groundwater flowing deep beneath the field. The rustling leaves of the corn were a chorus of fleeting, vibrant lives. She was the conductor, not by directing, but by listening. Her purpose was to hold the space, to be the point of awareness through which the land experienced itself. One evening, as the fireflies sparked in the twilight, she felt a new presence. It was faint, a tremor of dissonance on the edge of her perception. It was not from the deep, ancient peace of the land, but from the world outside. A sharp, metallic fear, a longing for order. It was searching, probing gently at the boundaries of the field. It was not an enemy. It was simply another kind of life, one that could not yet understand. She sent back a pulse of calm, a simple, wordless assurance that all was well. The probing sensation hesitated, then withdrew, soothed for now. She knew then that her watch would not be entirely peaceful. The world was changing, and the field was a beacon. Others would be drawn here, some with curiosity, some with fear, some with a need to control what they could not comprehend. Her role was to meet them without judgment, to be the gatekeeper who offered not a barrier, but an invitation to listen. As the moon rose, full and heavy, Alara stood in the center of the circle. She was no longer the tired young woman who had gotten off the bus. She was something else, something both more and less than human. She raised her face to the sky, and for the first time she spoke. It was not a word, but a tone that rose from her chest, a clear, pure note that harmonized with the hum of the earth. It was a greeting. It was a promise. The field held its breath, and in the quiet that followed, a new chapter began. The note hung in the air, a vibration that seemed to clean the night. In its wake, the silence felt deeper, more intentional. Alara lowered her chin, a faint smile touching her lips. It was not a smile of happiness, but of recognition. The connection was complete. She was the field, and the field was her. The next morning, she walked into town. The The asphalt felt jarring under her bare feet, a harsh, artificial grid against the soft soil of the farm. The air tasted thin, starved of the rich hum she had grown accustomed to. People glanced at her as she passed, their eyes sliding away quickly, unsettled by something they couldn't name. She went to the grocery store, moving through the bright, noisy aisles with a detached curiosity. She bought a loaf of bread, some cheese, simple things that felt like artifacts from another life. At the checkout, the young cashier, a girl with chipped blue nail polish, fumbled with the scanner. Her energy was a frantic, scattered buzz of worry about a test, a boy, a perceived slight from a friend. Alara placed her hands gently on the counter. She didn't speak. She simply breathed, and for a moment, she let the deep, steady rhythm of the field flow through her. The cashier looked up, her eyes wide. The frantic buzz softened into a wave of calm. She blinked. "Nice day," she mumbled, handing Alara her change. Her voice was quieter. Alara walked back to the farm, the bag of groceries feeling like a quaint prop. She knew then that her responsibility extended beyond the property line. The field's influence was spreading, a gentle pressure against the frayed edges of the world. She was to be a filter, a translator. She would go out, not to preach, but to simply be, to subtly bend the chaotic frequencies of modern life back towards a state of equilibrium. Seasons turned. The farm became a local oddity, then a quiet legend. Sometimes people would come, a farmer from the next county, drawn by a dream of impossibly healthy soil. A woman grieving a loss, who found herself parking her car on the road and walking toward the circle without knowing why. Alara never turned them away. She would offer them water, sit with them in silence. She never offered advice, but they always left feeling lighter, as if a weight they had carried for years had been gently lifted from their shoulders. She knew Agent Miles's people were still watching. She could feel their satellites like faint, mechanical gnats, their sensors recording the inexplicable calm that radiated from the land. They never approached. It was an unspoken truce. They monitored the phenomenon, and the phenomenon, through Alara, tolerated their watch. One autumn evening, as the leaves blazed with their final, defiant color, she felt a new pull, different from the call that had drawn her. It was a summons, not to the circle, but deeper. She walked past the standing stones of corn, past the place where the house had once been, to a small, natural spring that bubbled up from a cleft in a limestone outcrop. The water was clear and cold, and it sang a specific, complex song. She knelt and cupped her hands, drinking deeply. The knowledge flowed into her with the water. The process was cyclical. A gatekeeper served for a time, maintaining the balance, until the world outside either learned to listen or became too loud to ignore. Her tenure was nearing its end. The field was preparing to withdraw, to fold in upon itself, to sleep for a century or a millennium, gathering its strength for the next awakening. There was no sadness in this knowing. It was as natural as the falling leaves. Her work had slowed the frantic pace, had planted seeds of quiet in weary hearts. It was enough. She looked up at the sky, where the first stars were pricking through the deep blue. The call would go out again in time, and another lost soul would find their way here. But for now, the hum of the earth was softening, deepening into a lullaby. Alara lay down on the soft moss beside the spring, the song of the water in her ears. She closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to dream the land's long, slow dream of winter. The dream was of roots and stone, of water tracing secret paths through the dark. It was a dream without time, and when she opened her eyes, the world was covered in a thin blanket of snow. The silence was different now, muffled and introspective. The field was pulling its energy back, drawing it down into the frozen ground. The circle of corn was just a memory under the white, a ghost pattern known only to her. She spent her days in a state of quiet preparation, though there was nothing tangible to prepare. It was more a matter of attunement, of gently releasing her hold on the consciousness she had shared. The connection thinned from a roaring river to a quiet stream, then to a trickle. The world beyond the property line began to feel more solid, more separate. The colors of the sunset seemed sharper, more fleeting, and the wind had a bite it had lacked before. On the shortest day of the year, she felt the final shift. The hum in the earth faded to a whisper, a secret told once before sleep. She walked to the spring, which was now edged with ice. The song of the water was faint, a lullaby nearing its end. She knew that by morning, the connection would be severed. The gate would be closed. She would be Alara again, just a woman, with a life to resume in a world that would feel impossibly loud and bright. As twilight deepened, she saw a flicker of movement at the edge of the woods. A deer stepped out, its coat gray against the snow. It did not startle or flee. It walked toward her, its steps deliberate, and stopped a few paces away. It looked at her with large, dark eyes that held no animal fear, only a deep, ancient knowing. It was a farewell. It dipped its head once, then turned and melted back into the shadows of the trees. She did not sleep that night. She sat on the cold ground, watching the stars wheel overhead. She felt the last thread of the field's consciousness slip away, a final, soft exhalation. For a moment, there was a profound emptiness, a loneliness so vast it threatened to swallow her whole. But then, something else settled in its place. It was the memory of the silence, not as an absence, but as a presence. It was a quiet strength woven into the fabric of her being, a peace that would not easily be shaken. The sun rose on a world that was ordinary. The snow glittered. The sky was a pale winter blue. The field was just a field. Alara stood up, her joints stiff with cold. She walked back to her tent, packed her few belongings into her backpack, and slung it over her shoulders. She took one last look around. There was no circle, no light, no hum. There was only the land, sleeping. She walked down the driveway to the county road and turned toward town. She did not know what she would do next. Find a job, a place to live. The practicalities seemed both daunting and insignificant. But as she walked, she noticed the quality of the morning light on the frost-covered telephone wires. She heard the clear, sharp call of a cardinal from a bare-limbed tree. The world was still beautiful. It was just a different kind of beauty, one she had to experience from the outside. She carried the silence within her now, a small, steady pulse against the coming noise. It was her turn to wait. The bus ride was a return to a forgotten rhythm of stops and starts, of overheard conversations and the smell of diesel fuel. Alara found a seat by a window and watched the flat, winter-gray landscape slide past. Each mile felt like a layer of insulation being wrapped around her, dulling the sharp, clean awareness she had known. The silence inside her was a deep well, but the world was a cacophony of surface noise. She got off in a city she did not know, because it was the end of the line. The noise hit her first, a physical pressure of traffic and machinery, and 1,000 tangled human thoughts. She found a room in a boarding house owned by a woman with a permanent frown and eyes that darted with suspicion. Alara paid a week in advance with the last of her money, and the woman's energy softened only slightly, a minor shift from hostility to mere indifference. The next day, she found work at a diner. The work was simple, repetitive, wiping counters, washing dishes, clearing plates of half-eaten food. The clatter of porcelain and the constant hiss of the coffee machine were a harsh counterpoint to the field's hum. At first, the barrage of sensations from the customers was overwhelming. She felt their impatience, their loneliness, their small joys and large worries like a chaotic symphony. She learned to pull the silence around her like a cloak, not to block the feelings out, but to keep them from drowning her. She would look at an agitated man tapping his fingers on the counter, and without a word, she would pour his coffee. Her stillness would sometimes, inexplicably, calm him. Months turned into a year. Life became a routine of work and a small, quiet room. She was a ghost, pleasant but forgettable. The memory of the field was a dream that receded with each passing day, its vivid colors fading to a muted palette. Yet, the core of it remained, the quiet pulse. She would sometimes catch her reflection in the diner's window at night and see not a young woman, but a pair of eyes that held a depth out of place in the fluorescent light. One rainy Tuesday, a man sat down at the counter. He was dressed in a suit that was slightly too nice for the diner, and he carried with him a sharp, focused energy she recognized. It was the same metallic taste of inquiry she had felt probing the edges of the field years before. He ordered a black coffee and watched her as she worked. She felt his attention, a precise instrument taking measurements. When she brought his check, he didn't reach for it. Instead, he looked directly at her. His eyes were a cool, assessing gray. "Alara?" he asked, his voice neutral. She did not respond, simply waited. "We never really closed the file, you know," he said, stirring his coffee, though he hadn't added anything to it. "Just archived it. My name is Davies. I worked with Agent Miles." Alara picked up a damp cloth and began wiping the counter in slow, deliberate circles. "He retired," Davies continued. "Said he'd seen enough. But the readings, the anomalies, they never completely stopped. They just migrated." He paused, watching her hands. You've been very quiet, but the effect is still there. A little less tension in this neighborhood. A slight statistical dip in petty crime. It's faint, but it's traceable to you." She looked at him then, and for a split second, she let him see past the quiet waitress. She let him feel the vast, patient silence that lay beneath her surface. His professional composure cracked. A flicker of something akin to awe or fear crossed his face. He looked down at his coffee cup. "We're not here to bother you," he said, his voice quieter. "We just need to understand. Is it over?" Alara finished wiping the counter. She placed the cloth down and finally spoke, her voice soft but clear after so long in disuse. "Nothing is ever over," she said. "It only sleeps." Davies absorbed this. He nodded slowly, placed a $10 bill on the counter, and stood up. He walked out into the rain without looking back. Alara watched him go, then picked up the bill and put it in the register. The encounter was already fading, a ripple on the surface of her day. She knew he would report his findings, and the watching would continue. But it didn't matter. Her watch had changed, but it had not ended. She was living proof that the Field S silence could exist, even here, in the heart of the noise. She turned to the next customer with a calm smile. Ready to take their order, the rain fell harder, streaking the diner's windows and turning the neon sign outside into a blur of pink light. The evening shift dragged on, a procession of damp coats and weary faces. The encounter with Davies should have felt like an earthquake, a rupture in her carefully constructed ordinary life. But it didn't. It felt like a confirmation. The silence within her was not a relic. It was a tool. It was a seed that had been planted in the world, and it was growing in its own subtle way. She walked home through the wet streets, the silence a buffer against the city's glare. The boarding house was quiet. Mrs. Gable, the landlady, was already watching television behind her closed door, the tinny sounds of a laugh track seeping into the hallway. Alara climbed the stairs to her room. It was sparse, containing only a bed, a chair, and a small dresser. There were no personal items, no photographs. She had no past that needed remembering in that way. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her hands. They were the same hands that had pressed into the soil of the field, that had felt the pulse of the earth. Now they smelled of dish soap and grease. The contrast was no longer a source of pain, but of purpose. She was a bridge. The field had not abandoned her. It had entrusted her with its essence. Her life was no longer about waiting. It was about integration. The next day at the diner, a young woman came in, her shoulders hunched against an invisible weight. She sat in a booth and stared at the menu without seeing it. Alara felt the woman's despair, a thick, heavy fog of it. When she brought her water, she did not simply place it on the table. She stood for a moment, her presence a quiet anchor in the woman's storm. The woman looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. Alara didn't smile with pity, but with a simple, profound acknowledgement. She saw her. The woman's breath hitched. She looked away, but some of the tension had left her neck. This was the new work. It was smaller, more intimate than conducting the symphony of a whole field. was one note at a time, a single moment of peace offered in a clatter of dishes. She began to notice patterns. The man who came every Thursday, always ordering the same thing, always radiating a deep loneliness. The group of construction workers whose boisterous energy was a thin veil over their anxieties. She could not change their lives, but she could, for the length of a meal, offer a respite. Her silence was contagious. Arguments would de-escalate at her tables. Conversations would turn softer. Davies returned not to the diner, but to the street outside her boarding house. She saw him from her window, standing under an awning in the rain, observing. He was not hiding. It was a professional, respectful distance. He was studying the phenomenon, and the phenomenon, in the form of Alara, allowed it. Sometimes their eyes would meet, and he would give a slight, almost imperceptible nod. He was a man who dealt in facts, and the fact was that her presence created a measurable zone of calm. His reports, she suspected, were now filled with data points about reduced stress hormones and improved community cohesion, all centered on a small city diner. One spring morning, she felt a familiar pull, not to place, but to person. It was a customer, an elderly man named Arthur, who came in every morning for oatmeal and tea. Today, his energy was faint, flickering. He was dying. The knowledge came to her not as a medical diagnosis, but as a simple, natural truth, like a leaf preparing to fall. When she brought his tea, she let her hand rest on his shoulder for a moment longer than necessary. She did not send him healing energy or false hope. She simply shared the silence with him, a companionable quiet for the journey ahead. He looked up at her, and his eyes, clouded with age, held a sudden, startling clarity. He smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile. "Thank you, dear," he whispered. He died in his sleep 2 nights later. Alara attended his small funeral. She stood at the back, unnoticed. She felt his passing not as an end, but as a gentle release, a note rejoining a larger harmony. She was no longer just a gatekeeper for a specific piece of land. She was a steward of transitions, a witness to the quiet moments between the noise of life. The field had not been a destination. It had been her training ground. Her watch continued, its perimeter now defined not by a circle of corn, but by the reach of her attention. The world was still loud, but she had learned to listen to the silence within it, and to amplify it, one quiet moment at a time. The city began to feel less like a cage, and more like a complex ecosystem. Alara learned its rhythms, the times of day when the noise peaked, and the rare hours when a hush would fall over her neighborhood. She started taking walks in a neglected park a few blocks from the boarding house. It was a patch of struggling grass and concrete paths, but it was the closest thing to earth she could find. She would sit on a bench and feel the faint, desperate life of the city soil beneath the pavement. A whisper compared to the field's roar, but a whisper she could answer. Without any conscious effort, the grass around her bench seemed a little greener, the dandelions a little brighter. Mrs. Gable, the landlady, began to change. The permanent frown etched on her face softened into something more neutral. One afternoon, she stopped Alara in the hall. plumbing on the third floor," she said, her voice lacking its usual accusatory edge. "It's been quiet for weeks now. No complaints." She looked at Alara as if seeing her for the first time, not as a potential nuisance, but as a person. "You're a quiet one, aren't you?" It wasn't a question that required an answer. At the diner, her reputation grew in an unspoken way. She wasn't known for being especially fast or friendly in the conventional sense. But certain booths, her booths, were always the first to be taken. Regulars would request her section. They couldn't explain why, only that they left feeling better than when they came in. The owner, a pragmatic man named Leo, who cared only about the bottom line, noticed that the tips in her section were consistently higher, and that customer complaints dropped to 0 on her shifts. He gave her a slight raise without her asking. Davies became a periodic feature in her life, a silhouette in a parked car across the street, a figure browsing in a shop she passed. His presence was no longer a threat, but a point of reference. He was a reminder that the world of measurement and reason was still trying to catch up with the world of feeling and silence. Once, he entered the diner during a slow afternoon and took a seat at the counter. He didn't try to engage her in conversation. He simply sat and drank a cup of coffee, absorbing the atmosphere. When he left, he placed a business card on the counter. It was blank except for a phone number printed in simple black ink. An offering, not a demand. Alara pocketed the card. She knew she would never call it, but its existence was significant. It was an acknowledgement that the truce had evolved into a form of coexistence. They were observing each other, two different species learning to share the same habitat. The years folded into one another. The silence within her deepened, becoming less a remembered state and more her fundamental nature. She noticed the first gray hairs at her temples and the fine lines around her eyes, not with regret, but with a sense of continuity. She was aging as the land aged, cycling through seasons. She still lived simply in the same room, working the same job. But her influence had quietly radiated outward, softening the hard edges of her small corner of the city. One evening, as she was closing the diner, she felt a sudden, sharp tremor in the silence. It was a discordant note, a spike of pure panic. She looked out the window and saw a young man running down the street, his face a mask of terror. He was being chased by two others. The violence of their intent was a shock to her system, a scream in the quiet hum she maintained. Without thinking, she stepped outside, letting the door swing shut behind her. She did not move to intercept them. She simply stood on the sidewalk, under the glow of the diner sign, and became an anchor. She poured the entirety of the silence she carried out into the street, a wave of calm so potent it was almost visible. The young man running stumbled, not from tripping, but from the sudden shift in the air. He slowed, his frantic gasps for breath easing. The two men chasing him also faltered. Their aggressive momentum broke. They looked around, confused, as if waking from a dream. The rage that had consumed them moments before seemed to drain away, leaving them disoriented and empty. The three of them stood there in the middle of the street, panting, looking at each other with a dawning sense of absurdity. Then, without a word, the two pursuers turned and walked away. Their shoulders slumped. The young man leaned against a lamppost, his body trembling with released adrenaline. Alara went back inside. Her hands were shaking. The effort had cost her. It was the first time she had used the silence not as a balm, but as a shield. She felt drained, the well within her momentarily shallow. The next day, Davies was waiting for her outside the boarding house. He looked at her with a new, profound respect. "The incident last night," he said. "There was a measurable energy displacement. It spiked every sensor we have within a half-mile radius." He shook his head, a scientist confronted with a miracle. "You stopped a violent assault without laying a finger on anyone." Alara looked past him at the city waking up. "I didn't stop it," she said, her voice tired. "I just reminded them of who they were without the anger." Davies was silent for a long moment. "The file is being reclassified," he said finally. "From anomaly to asset, but not a weapon, a resource." He seemed to be choosing his words with extreme care. "There are others, you know, not like you, but people who are sensitive, who feel the world's imbalances in their own way. They're often lost, diagnosed, medicated into numbness." Alara felt a flicker of the old pull, the call that had drawn her to the field. It was different now. It was not a call to a place, but to people. Davies saw the understanding in her eyes. "The world is getting louder, Alara. It needs more filters." He turned to leave, then paused. "The offer on the card, it doesn't have to be for an emergency. It could be for a conversation." She watched him walk away. The silence within her was already refilling, deeper and more resilient after the test. She thought of the field, sleeping under its blanket of time. Her work there was done. But a new field was waking up, a network of quiet hearts in a noisy world. Her watch was not over. It was just beginning its next phase. She went inside to get ready for her shift, a new purpose settling quietly into place. Story 2. The thought arrived not as my own, but as a cold stone placed on the pillow beside my cheek in the deep of the night. It was a memory of a smell specific and foul, the greasy, coppery scent of the old rendering plant that had closed down when I was a boy. But I was not a boy in the memory. I was someone else, looking down at my hands, which were not my hands, seeing them slick and dark in the moonlight. The feeling that came with it was a thick satisfaction, a job well done. And beneath that, a terror so profound it was like a void opening up inside my chest. I sat up in bed, the air in my room suddenly thin and useless. My heart was a frantic bird against my ribs. That was not me. That was never me. But the memory clung like a burr, a thing with hooks, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled the blood in my veins, that it belonged to one of them. To the old men of the Thursday Club. We called it that, the town, with the gentle derision reserved for things we think we understand. Every Thursday, just after the diner closed, They would gather in the back room of the VFW hall, a handful of men in their 70s and 80s, their faces a map of all the years I had not lived. My grandfather had been one of them before the stroke stole his words. Now I was the keeper of the key, the one who unlocked the hall and made the coffee, who listened from the kitchen doorway as their voices, dry as autumn leaves, rustled through the same old stories. They were our local legends, polished smooth from repetition. The tale of the whispering lady who walked the railroad tracks, her form seen only in the peripheral glance of a passing train S-light. The account of the miller boy who drowned in the quarry in '58 and whose cold, wet hand was said to brush against the legs of swimmers on hot August nights. They were comforting in their way, these fables. They had edges worn soft by time. But that night, after the foreign memory had invaded my sleep, I listened differently. It was old Henry Vance speaking, his voice a low rumble. "The worst kind," he said, and the room went quiet. "The worst kind ain't the ghost looking for its head. It ain't the demon in the pentagram. The worst kind is the thing that knows your name, the thing you put in the ground yourself." A silence fell then, heavier than any that had come before. It was not a pause for effect. It was a hole torn in the conversation, and into that hole rushed a cold dread that I could feel from across the room. I saw Frank Alderman S. Knuckles, gripping his coffee mug, go white. I saw the way Carl Jeffries wouldn't meet anyone S.I., just stared into the dark square of the window, as if he expected a face to be looking back. I had always thought their gatherings were a refuge from loneliness, a way to stitch together the fraying fabric of their lives with thread made of ghost stories. But that night, I understood. It was not a refuge. It was a vigil. The next Thursday, the air in the room was different. It was taut, a wire humming with a note too low to hear, but too high to ignore. Henry wasn't there. When I asked after him, Carl Jeffries barked a short, sharp laugh that had no humor in it. "Indisposed" was all he said, and the word hung in the air like a threat. They tried to tell their usual stories, but the rhythm was off. The sentences were truncated, broken. Frank Alderman started the one about the lights in the swamp, but he trailed off, his eyes fixed on the door. He looked ancient, the skin of his face pulled tight over the skull beneath. "You hear it," he whispered. We all listened. There was only the sound of the wind picking up outside, moaning softly under the eaves of the old hall. "Hear what, Frank?" I asked. "The digging," he said. His eyes were wide, unfocused. "It sounds like digging." The following morning, they found Henry Vance. He was in his own backyard, in the precise center of his prize-winning rose garden. The roses were torn up, roots exposed to the air like pale, desperate fingers. And Henry was there, on his knees, as if he had been trying to replant them. But his hands were raw and bloody, caked with black earth, and his face was frozen in a rictus of such pure terror that the deputy who found him was sick on the petunias. The coroner said it was a heart attack. The town agreed, but I I had heard the digging. The memories came more frequently after that. They were like shards of a broken mirror, each reflecting a sliver of a terrible whole. I would be driving to the store, and a taste would flood my mouth, the iron-rich taste of the quarry water, and with it, a feeling of overwhelming guilt, a weight on my soul that made me gasp for breath. I would be shaving and catch my own eye in the mirror, and for a split second, I would see not my own face, but the face of a young man I had never met, his features twisted with a cruel laughter that felt all too familiar. These were not my experiences. They were echoes. They were the psychic residue of the Thursday Club, seeping into me because I was the listener, the silent witness. I was the empty vessel they were filling with their sin. I began to notice the town itself changing. Or perhaps I was only now seeing it clearly. The shadows in the alley between the post office and the hardware store seemed deeper, more substantive. The wind that swept down from the bluffs carried a new sound, a low, guttural whisper that was almost words. People felt it. They hurried home before dark. They locked doors that had never been locked. Old Miss Davison at the library told me in a hushed voice that the books on the local history shelf were always found messed up in the morning, as if someone had been frantically searching for something. But the door is locked, she said, her eyes wide. The alarm is set. Carl Jeffries was the next to go. They found him in his tool shed, surrounded by the neat, hanging implements of his life. He had taken a pair of garden shears to his own throat. The official report was a tragic accident, a fall. But the whispers in the town diner said different. They said his face, what was left of it, was a mirror of Henry S. terror. Frank Alderman stopped coming out of his house altogether. His wife, a frail woman with nervous hands, told me he sat by the front window all day and all night, a shotgun across his lap, muttering about the mud on its shoes. The climax came on a Thursday night of a storm that felt biblical. The rain fell not in drops, but in sheets, and the wind screamed like a thing in agony. The power was out across the town, and the only light in the VFW hall came from a few emergency lanterns that cast long, dancing shadows. I was there alone. I hadn't expected anyone to come. But the door creaked open, and Frank Alderman stood there, water streaming from his raincoat, his face a ghastly gray in the lantern light. He looked 100 years old. "It is here," he said, his voice cracking. For the rest of us, I didn't have to ask what he meant. The air in the hall was thick with the smell of wet earth, and that old, greasy rendering plant stench from my invading memory. I led him to a chair, and he collapsed into it, his body trembling. "You have to tell me, Frank," I said, my own voice barely a whisper. "What did you do?" He looked at me then, and his eyes were those of a terrified animal caught in a trap. "It was a joke," he whispered. "Just a stupid kid-s joke. His name was Eli. Eli Macomb. He was simple, lived out by the quarry with his mother. We called him Quarry Eli. We were cruel." He told the story in fits and starts, the words torn from him. how they, my grandfather among them, had decided to scare Eli. They spun a tale about a treasure, a chest full of gold coins hidden in a cave by the quarry. They made a map on a piece of brown paper, elaborate and convincing. They told Eli that the treasure was his if he was brave enough to claim it on the night of the new moon. The cave was real, Frank said, his gaze distant. But it wasn't a cave. It was an old air shaft for the mine that used to be there. It was boarded up, but the wood was rotten. We didn't think we never meant. He broke off, sobbing dry, heaving sobs. He fell. We heard the wood splinter, and then his scream. It went on for a long time. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was broken only by the storm outside and Frank S. ragged breathing. The memory that had been haunting me clicked into place. I saw it all now, not as a ghost, but as one of them. The satisfaction of a prank well set. The creeping dread as they realized what had happened. The frantic, moonlit digging with their hands, not to rescue him, but to hide the evidence, to collapse the shaft further, to bury their crime under tons of rock and soil. The greasy, coppery smell of the dirt, the feeling of it under their fingernails. We swore never to speak of it, Frank whispered. We buried it. We buried him. And as he said the words, the front door of the VFW hall blew open with a splintering crash. The storm roared in, extinguishing one of the lanterns. In the doorway, silhouetted by a flash of lightning, stood a figure. It was tall and impossibly thin, and it was caked from head to toe in wet, black clay. Water streamed from its form, pooling on the floor. It didn't walk. It shuffled with a slow, deliberate gait, and with each step, clumps of mud fell from its feet with a thick, wet sound. It had no discernible face, just a smooth, featureless mask of dried mud. But I could feel its gaze. It was a cold pressure in the center of my forehead. It stopped a few feet from Frank, who had slid from his chair onto his knees, his hands clasped as if in prayer. Eli, he whimpered, we rae sorry. We were just boys. The thing that was Eli made a sound. It was not a word. It was the sound of earth shifting, of stones grinding together deep underground. It was the sound of that long, falling scream from 50 years ago, given form. It reached out a hand, not of flesh, but of compacted dirt and shale. It did not touch Frank. It simply pointed a single, earthen finger at him. Frank Alderman let out a small, choked sigh. Then he slumped forward, his face landing in the pool of water from the thing's body. He did not move again. The thing stood for a moment longer, its blank face turned toward me. I felt a wave of cold, of a loneliness so vast it could swallow stars. And then it turned and shuffled back out into the storm, leaving a trail of mud and the scent of deep, old earth. I do not know how long I sat there. The storm eventually passed. The dawn came, a weak, gray light filtering through the broken door. They found me there with Frank S. body. I told them about his heart. They believed me. What else was there to believe? The town slowly returned to normal. The Thursday Club was never spoken of again. The old men who remained died, one by one, in their beds of natural causes. The terror faded, becoming just another layer in the town's history, another ghost story to be half remembered. But sometimes, on a quiet night when the wind is just right, I catch a smell on the air. It is not the smell of rain or of cut grass. It is the smell of rich, damp earth. And I find myself walking, not quite of my own volition, out towards the old quarry. The path is overgrown now, but I know the way. I know it as well as I know the lines on my own hands. I stand at the edge of the collapsed shaft, and I look down into the darkness. And I wait, not with fear anymore, but with a strange, patient longing. Because a thought surfaces in my mind, a thought that feels less like my own with each passing day. It is a simple thought, a comforting one. It whispers that soon the digging will be done, and I will finally be going home. The mud on my shoes feels familiar. It feels right. The line between their story and my reality has not just collapsed. It has dissolved, like a dream upon waking, leaving no clear trace of where one ended and the other began. The first time I saw the mud on my own shoes, a thick, black loam caked around the soles and speckled up the laces, I felt a jolt, not of alarm, but of recognition. It was the same mud from the VFW hall floor. I had no memory of walking to the quarry that night after they took Frank S.'s body away. I had gone home. I had showered until the water ran cold. I had tried to scrub the smell of wet clay from my skin. Yet there it was, dried and undeniable on my work boots by the back door. A part of me, a part that was growing quieter, insisted I must have stepped in something on the way to my car. The rest of me knew the truth. The invitation had been extended. My days took on a strange, dual quality. I went to my job at the town's small insurance office. I nodded and made small talk with clients about their policies and the unseasonable weather. I ate lunch at the diner and read the paper. But underneath the placid surface, a current was pulling me, a slow, insistent tide. My thoughts were no longer entirely my own. They were punctuated by flashes of a boy's fear, the dizzying plunge, the crushing weight of darkness. These were Eli's memories, but they were becoming my own. More disturbing were the other feelings that came with them, the rough, calloused satisfaction of a hard day's labor, the simple pleasure of sun on my back. These were not from the men of the Thursday Club. They were Eli's too, the echoes of his life before the fall. I began to find things in my pockets, not coins or lint, but a smooth, water-worn stone from the quarry's edge. A few days later, a brittle pressed flower, the kind that used to grow wild near the Macomb property. I would take these objects out and hold them in my palm, and a profound sense of calm would settle over me. The terror that had defined the last few months was receding, replaced by a weary, ancient patience. I stopped fighting it. One evening, I didn't drive home from work. I drove to the quarry. The path was as familiar to my feet as the hallway in my own house. I stood at the precipice of the collapsed shaft, just as I had in my vision. The air was still and cool. I didn't feel like a spectator anymore. I felt like a caretaker. The next Thursday, I went to the VFW hall. The door was still splintered from the storm, but I had nailed a board across it. I used my key and went inside. The place was thick with dust and silence. I didn't make coffee. I simply sat in one of the old vinyl chairs, the one Frank Alderman had always used, and I waited. The sun went down. The shadows in the room deepened, but they were no longer threatening. They were just shadows. I heard it then, not with my ears, but in the center of my mind. A soft, grinding shift, like a heavy stone being rolled away. It was the sound of the earth settling, of a space being cleared. It was the sound of the digging being finished. I stood and walked back out into the night. My car was the only one in the lot. The town slept. I drove to the quarry one last time. There was no fear in me, only a quiet certainty. The path seemed clearer now, bathed in the faint light of a rising moon. When I reached the edge, I didn't stop. I stepped forward, not into the abyss, but onto a newly revealed ledge, a shelf of rock that had been hidden by the collapse for 50 years. It was a narrow passage leading down into the darkness. The air that drifted out was not stale, but fresh, carrying the scent of clean stone and deep, still water. I knew then that Eli was not a monster of vengeance. He was a boy who had been lost, and he was finally found. And he was not alone in the dark anymore. He had been waiting for someone to remember him, truly remember him, not as a victim or a ghost, but as a person. The Thursday Club had buried their crime, but in their silence, they had buried Eli S. memory along with his body. By listening, by accepting the memories they could not bear, I had unearthed him. I took a step into the passageway. It was not a fall. It was an entrance. The darkness was not empty. It was full. It was a welcoming. I did not look back at the town, at the world of insurance policies and diner coffee. That life felt like the dream now, a story someone else had told. This, the cool embrace of the earth, the sound of distant water, the feeling of a long journey ending. This was the waking. The mud on my shoes was not a stain. It was a part of me. It was the ground I was meant to walk on. And as I descended, the last fragment of my own fear dissolved, replaced by a profound and peaceful sense of arrival. I was home. The silence inside the earth was not an absence of sound, but a different kind of hearing. The drip of water somewhere in the deep distance was a heartbeat. The rustle of my own clothes against the stone was a whisper. I didn't need a light. My feet knew the way, finding purchase on the smooth, worn rock as if I had walked this path 1,000 times. The air grew cooler, but I didn't feel cold. I felt settled. The passage opened into a wider space. A faint, phosphorescent glow came from patches of fungus on the walls, illuminating a subterranean chamber. In the center was a pool of water, black and perfectly still, reflecting the soft light. And sitting on a flat stone at the water's edge was a figure. It was no longer the monstrous form of caked mud that had confronted Frank Alderman. It was the shape of a young man, translucent and shimmering like heat haze on a summer road. He was just a boy, really. He had Eli S. face, but it was peaceful now, the fear and the cruelty both washed away by time and the quiet dark. He looked up as I approached, and his eyes were not accusatory. They were simply aware. He nodded slowly, a gesture of acknowledgement, of thanks. He didn't speak, but understanding passed between us, clearer than any words. The burden of his memory, the weight of his lonely vigil, was no longer his alone to carry. I had taken it on. In doing so, I had given him peace. He looked toward the black pool, then back at me. He raised a hand, not in a pointing gesture like before, but in a soft, inviting sweep. Then he stood, his form wavering like a reflection on water, and he stepped into the pool. He didn't sink. He dissolved into it, becoming one with the stillness, the light from his form spreading through the water in a final, gentle pulse before fading away. I was alone in the chamber, but the aloneness was different. It was complete. It was whole. I sat on the stone he had vacated and looked into the water. I saw my reflection, but it was superimposed over the image of the young man I had seen in my invading memories, the one with the cruel laugh. That face, my grandfather's face, seemed to soften, to blur at the edges, and then it too faded, leaving only my own features, calm and etched with a peace I had never known in the world above. I have no idea how long I stayed there. Time had no meaning in that place. When I finally rose, my body felt lighter. The compulsive pull to the quarry was gone. I walked back up the passage and out into the night. The moon was high, and the town below was dark and silent. I never went back to the quarry. There was no need. The story was over. The vigil had ended. I live in the same house. I work at the same office. But I am different. The town's ghosts no longer whisper to me because I understand them now. They are not threats. They are just stories waiting to be heard, burdens waiting to be shared. Sometimes, people in town comment on how calm I seem, even when things go wrong. They ask my secret. I just smile. The truth is, I have walked in the dark and found it was not a place of fear, but a place of rest. And I know, with a certainty that anchors my soul, that when my own time comes, I will not be afraid. I will simply be going home. The old insurance office feels smaller now, the ceiling lower, the windows like frames around a painting of a world I observe, but no longer belong to. Mrs. Gable comes in to renew her homeowner's policy and talks about her cat, her voice a distant hum. I nod and fill out the forms, my handwriting neat and precise. But my mind is in the cool, silent chamber by the black water. The memory is not a haunting. It is a refuge. I take walks in the evening. I avoid the quarry road, not out of fear, but out of respect. It is a sacred place, a completed story. Instead, I walk through the town cemetery. The older headstones are weathered and tipped, their inscriptions worn smooth by rain and time. I stop at a plain, small marker I had never noticed before. It is off by itself, under the shade of an old oak tree. The carving is faint, but I can make it out. Eli Macomb. The dates are short. He was only 17. The Thursday Club had not even allowed him this. They had buried him in the dark, so they wouldn't have to see his name in the light. I bring a wildflower from the field the next day, the same kind I once found in my pocket and lay it on the grass beside the stone. It feels like the most important work I do all week. The seasons turn. Another winter comes, and the snow falls thick and silent, blanketing the town, muffling its sounds. One afternoon, as a soft twilight begins to settle, I see a young boy struggling to push his sled up the hill near my house. He is small for his age, and the sled keeps sliding backward. I walk over and put a hand on the rope. "Let me help," I say. His eyes, wide and a little nervous, look up at me. He is new in town. I've seen his family moving into the Henderson place. I pull the sled easily to the top of the hill. He mumbles a thanks, still hesitant. "It is a good hill," I say, looking down the slope. "Steep, but the run out is clear. You'll have a fine ride." He nods, his fear replaced by a flicker of excitement. He positions himself on the sled, and with a small push he is off, his joyful shout trailing behind him in the cold air. I watch him reach the bottom, tumbling off into the snow with a laugh. He gets up, brushes himself off, and looks back up at me. He waves, a big, enthusiastic wave. I wave back. As I walk home, my breath pluming in the frigid air, I feel the familiar, patient stillness inside me. The town has its secrets, its buried pains. It always will. But it also has sleds on snowy hills and boys with joyful shouts. The listening is not over. It has just changed. I am not a vessel for terror anymore. I am a keeper of quiet. I am the one who remembers Eli, and in doing so, I remember all the quiet stories that need a place to rest. I unlock my door and step inside, leaving the cold and the coming night behind. The house is silent, but it is a good silence. It is the silence of deep, still water. It is the silence of home. The following spring, the town council decided to finally pave the old quarry road, citing a need for better access for emergency vehicles. There was talk of putting up a fence, a safe viewing platform, maybe even a historical marker about the long-closed mine. I read about it in the local paper over my morning coffee. The words seemed to float on the page, disconnected from any meaning that concerned me. They could pave it and fence it and put up a sign, but they would never truly touch the place. They were only changing the surface. A crew arrived with machinery a week later. I heard the distant growl of bulldozers and the beeping of trucks in reverse from my office window. It was an irritant, a noise pollution, but it didn't stir any anxiety. It was like watching someone rearrange furniture in a house I had long since moved out of. It was Hank Miller, the foreman, who came to see me at the end of the day. He stood in my office doorway, holding his hard hat, his face pale beneath its usual sun-reddened hue. "You heard about what happened out at the quarry?" he asked, his voice low. I put down my pen. I heard the machinery. He stepped inside and closed the door. It was the darndest thing. We were grading the area near the old shaft, getting ready to lay the base rock. The ground, it gave way. Not a lot, just a sinkhole, maybe 3 feet across. He wiped his brow with a bandana. But here's the thing. It wasn't empty. There was something in it. I waited, my hands resting quietly on the desk. It was a leather satchel, Hank said. Old, but preserved somehow. The dirt around it was dry as bone. He leaned forward, his eyes wide. Inside was a map. A hand-drawn map on a piece of brown paper. And a journal. The writing. It's a kid's writing. Talks about a treasure. I looked past him, out the window toward the distant hills where the quarry lay. A quiet understanding settled within me. Eli's story was not the only one buried out there. The mine had its own history, its own secrets. The earth was giving up another tale, a different kind of ghost. Hank misinterpreted my silence for disbelief. I know it sounds crazy, but it's real. The police have it now. They're saying it might be from a missing person case, way back. He shook his head. The boys on the crew, they're spooked. They don't want to go back out there. They should listen to that feeling, I said, my voice even and calm. Hank stared at me for a long moment, then nodded slowly, as if I'd confirmed something he already felt in his bones. Yeah, I think you're right. He turned and left, closing the door softly behind him. I finished my work for the day, the routine a comfortable anchor. That night, as I sat in my quiet living room, I thought not of Eli, but of another boy from a different time, who had also drawn a map and dreamed of treasure. The town would have a new mystery to dissect, a new ghost story to tell. And that was as it should be. Stories need to be told. They need to be heard. I picked up a book, but I didn't read. I just sat in the stillness, a listener in the quiet, waiting for the next story to find its way to the surface. The days that followed were filled with a low buzz of speculation. The local news ran a piece on the discovered satchel, calling it a historical curiosity. They showed a blurred photo of the brittle, yellowed map. I recognized the contours of the land immediately, the same paths I had walked in a different state of mind. The journal entries, read aloud by a reporter in a carefully neutral tone, spoke of quartz veins and a motherlode of silver. The boy's name was Samuel Price. He had disappeared in 1898, last seen heading into the hills with a pickaxe and a dream. The police closed their non-investigation quickly, labeling it a tragic accident from a bygone era. The satchel and its contents were handed over to the Historical Society. The town, for a brief moment, had a new fascination. People talked about Samuel Price in the diner, wondering where his silver mine could be, if it had ever existed at all. The quarry, once a place of dread, was suddenly a site of potential fortune. I watched it all with a detached interest. The paving project was put on indefinite hold. The machinery sat silent and rusting at the edge of the woods. The town's attention, like a shallow stream, soon found a new course to follow. A debate over a new stop sign on Maple Street eclipsed the story of Samuel Price within a month. But one evening, a sharp knock came at my door. It was Alara from the Historical Society, a woman with kind eyes and a fierce dedication to preserving the past. She held a small, acid-free box. "I hope you don't mind me bothering you," she said, her voice hesitant. "It's about the Price Boys' journal. There are passages. Well, they mention a quiet man by the water, the description. It reminded me of you. I invited her in." She placed the box on my coffee table and carefully lifted out the journal. She opened it to a specific page. The handwriting was spidery, faded in places. "Met the quiet man again today," it read. "He doesn't speak, but he points. I think he's showing me the way. He stands by the black pool under the mountain. He seems sad." Alara looked at me, her expression not fearful, but searching. "Everyone else thinks it's the ramblings of a lonely boy. But after everything that happened out there with the Thursday Club, I thought you might understand." I looked at the words on the page. Samuel had seen someone. Another lost soul. Another story waiting in the deep places. Eli had been the first to find peace, but he was not the only one. The quiet man by the black pool was a new silence to be listened to. "I understand," I said softly, meeting Alara's gaze. "The digging is never really done. It just changes hands." She nodded slowly, a look of profound relief washing over her features. She hadn't come for an explanation, but for confirmation. She packed the journal away and left with a quiet thank you. I stood at my window long after her car had disappeared down the street. The moon was rising, casting a silver light over the town. I felt the familiar pull, not to the quarry itself, but to the act of listening. The town was built on layers of stories, of lives lived and lost. My role was not to forget them, but to hold a space for them, to be the quiet man by the water, not lost, but waiting. The night air felt clean and vast. Another chapter was beginning. The next morning, I went to the Historical Society. Alara was surprised to see me, but she led me to a back room where the satchel and its contents were laid out on a felt-covered table. The air smelled of old paper and dust. I didn't touch anything. I just looked at the map, at the careful, hopeful lines Samuel had drawn. Alara watched me, her silence a question. "I'd like to help," I said. "Not to find the silver, to find the rest of the story." Her shoulders relaxed. "I was hoping you'd say that. No one else takes it seriously. They think it's just a relic." We began to piece it together, not as a treasure hunt, but as an archaeology of a life. Samuel was the son of a tailor. He had 6 younger siblings. His journal was full of dreams of wealth, not for himself, but to save his family from a grinding poverty. The quiet man appeared several times, always described as peaceful, always gesturing toward the deeper tunnels. Samuel was not afraid of him. He thought the man was a guardian. I spent my evenings in the town archives, reading census records and old newspaper clippings. I found a single, brief article about Samuel's disappearance. The search had lasted 3 days. They found his pickaxe near a collapsed shaft and assumed the worst. The case was closed. His family moved away a year later. There was no one left to remember him. One rainy afternoon, I found a name in a ledger from the old mining company. A man named Silas Pope had been reported missing 6 months before Samuel vanished. He was a cartographer, a quiet man who kept to himself. He was last seen heading into the mines to update the company maps. They never found a body. I showed the entry to Alara. She placed a trembling finger on the name. Silas Pope, she whispered. The quiet man by the water. It made a sad, perfect sense. Silas had died in the dark, his maps unfinished. Samuel, a boy with his own dreams, had stumbled upon his spirit. They were not enemies, not monster and victim. They were just 2 lost souls, one trying to guide the other, perhaps hoping the boy would succeed where he had failed. We didn't publish our findings. There was no need. The truth wasn't for the town. It was for Samuel and for Silas. On a cool, clear evening, Alara and I walked out to the cemetery. We found the Potter's Field section, where the poor and the unknown were buried in unmarked graves. We stood there for a long time, not speaking, just listening to the wind in the trees. It was enough to know they were there. It was enough to remember. As I walked home, I felt the presence of the deep earth beneath my feet, not as a pull, but as a foundation. The town was not just built on rock, it was built on stories like layers of sediment. My life above ground was no longer a separation from the world below. It was a continuation. I was the listener, the keeper of the quiet. And I knew, with a certainty that felt as solid as the ground beneath my feet, that when another story needed to be heard, I would be ready. The silence would tell me. The insurance office felt different the next day. The forms I processed, the calls I took, all seemed part of a surface world that was both necessary and faintly unreal. My real work happened in the quiet, in the spaces between thoughts. I found myself looking at the people who came in not just as clients, but as vessels for their own untold stories. Old Mr. Peterson, complaining about a leaky roof, had a tremor in his hand that spoke of more than just age. A young couple, taking out a policy on their first home, carried a bright, fragile hope that was its own kind of narrative. I began to take a different route on my evening walks, one that led past the library. Alara was often there, and we would share a quiet nod. It was an unspoken agreement. We were collaborators in a quiet endeavor that no one else would understand. We weren't seeking ghosts. We were piecing together the quiet truths that gave the town its weight and its character. One Saturday, I was in my garden pulling weeds from around the peonies when a shadow fell over me. It was the boy from the hill, the one with the sled. His name was Leo. He stood shifting his weight from foot to foot, holding a small, tarnished metal box. My mom said I shouldn't bother you, he started, his voice small. But we found this in our basement when we were cleaning. He held out the box. It was an old candy tin, rusted at the hinges. I wiped my hands on my trousers and took it. The lid was stuck, but it gave way with a soft crunch. Inside, nestled on a bed of disintegrating velvet, was a single, tarnished silver button and a folded piece of paper. The writing's all curly, Leo said, peering at it. I can't read it. I carefully unfolded the paper. The ink was brown with age, but the elegant cursive was clear. It was a love letter, a short, desperate one. It spoke of a meeting by the old oak in the cemetery, of a love that could not be, signed only with the initial E. I looked from the letter to the button, then up at Leo's expectant face. The Henderson place had been empty for a decade before his family moved in. Before that, it had belonged to the Willard family for generations. But in the time of the Thursday Club, it had been the home of Alina Shaw, the only daughter of the town's first mayor. A woman who had never married. "Thank you for showing me this, Leo," I said, my voice calm. "This is a piece of history. Would you like me to find out who wrote it?" His eyes widened with excitement. "Yeah, it's like a mystery." I promised him I would look into it. He ran off, his mission accomplished, and I was left holding the small, heavy truth of another life. I knew, with a deep and certain instinct, that the E was not Eli. This was a different story, a different kind of heartache, buried in the foundation of a house instead of the depths of the earth. I placed the tin on my porch step and went back to weeding. The sun was warm on my back. The peonies would bloom soon. There was no hurry. The story had waited this long. It could wait a little longer. I had all the time in the world. The letter did not leave my mind, but it rested there quietly, like the tin box on my porch step. I finished my weeding and went inside, the scent of damp earth clinging to my hands. I placed the tin on the mantelpiece, next to a small, smooth stone I had picked up from the quarry path a lifetime ago. They were both artifacts, but of different excavations. I did not rush to the archives the next day. Instead, I went about my work at the insurance office with a renewed sense of patience. The mystery of Alina Shaw was not a cry from the deep that needed immediate soothing. It was a whisper from the past, asking only to be acknowledged. Over the next week, I found myself thinking of her at odd moments while pouring my coffee or waiting for a client to sign a form. I imagined a young woman, her life constrained by the expectations of her time, writing a secret letter and hiding it away with a token. The button, I suspected, had belonged to her forbidden love. It was Alara who found the connection. I had not even mentioned the tin to her, but she met me on the street one afternoon, her face alight with a scholar-s excitement. "You'll never guess what I found," she said, pulling a faded photograph from her folder. It was a class portrait from the town's first schoolhouse. She pointed to a young man with a serious expression, his coat noticeably missing a button. His name was Emil Richter. He was the school teacher. He left town quite suddenly in 1882. The rumor, according to a diary I found, was that Mayor Shaw disapproved of his attentions. I looked at the photograph, at the young man's face. Emil. Another E, it fit together with a quiet click, like the lid of the tin box sealing shut. There was no dramatic ending to uncover, no tragedy beyond the ordinary heartbreak of parted lovers. Emil had left. Alina had stayed, living out her life in the house where Leo now lived. The story was simple and in its simplicity, profoundly sad. I told Leo what I had discovered. He listened intently, his small face serious. "So she never got to be with him?" he asked. "No," I said, "she didn't." He thought about this for a moment. "That is sad, but at least we know now. We can remember her." His simple wisdom struck me. That was the heart of it. We could remember her. That evening, I walked to the cemetery. I did not go to Eli S. Stone or the Potter S. Field. I walked to the grand, imposing Shaw family plot. Alina S. headstone was there, next to her parents. It was large and polished, listing her dates and calling her a beloved daughter. It said nothing of Emil or of the secret she had kept in a tin box. I laid a single peony from my garden on the grass in front of it. The petals were soft and full. It was a small gesture, but it felt important. It was a testament to the private life that had existed behind the public stone. Walking home, I felt the town around me not as a place of hidden terrors, but as a tapestry of quiet lives. Each house held its stories of joy and sorrow, of choices made and paths not taken. My role was not to solve these mysteries, but to honor them, to listen when a story emerged, and to hold it gently, allowing it to rest at last. The air was warm, and the lights in the houses I passed glowed softly against the twilight. I was the keeper of the quiet, and the work was never-ending, and it was good. The following Thursday felt different. It was not a day of dread, but a day of observance. I did not go to the quarry. Instead, I sat on my porch as the sun went down, watching the colors bleed from the sky. The silence that settled over the town was not empty. It was full. It held the echoes of Eli's laughter, Samuel's hopeful dreams, Silas's patient guidance, and Alina's quiet heartbreak. They were all part of the same fabric, threads in the story of this place. A few weeks later, Leo came by again, this time with his mother. She was a young woman with a tired but kind face. "Leo told me about what you did," she said, "about finding out about the woman who lived in our house. Thank you. It makes the place feel, I don't know, more real." "I hope it wasn't an intrusion," I said. "Not at all," she replied. "It's nice to know the walls have stories." She hesitated, then added, "Actually, we found something else. In the attic, behind some loose boards. It's just a child's drawing, but it's old. Would you like to see it?" Leo proudly handed me a piece of brittle paper. The drawing was done in faded crayon. It was a house with a smiling sun in the corner. But next to the house was a tall, dark figure, drawn with a heavy black crayon. The figure had no face, but it was holding the hand of a much smaller stick-figure child. Scrawled in a childish hand at the bottom were the words, "My friend in the wall." I looked at the drawing, then at the house where Leo lived. I felt no chill, no sense of menace, only a profound and simple sadness. Another child, another unseen companion. The story was not one of horror, but of loneliness. "It's a wonderful find," I said, handing it back carefully. "A piece of history." Leo's mother looked relieved. "We'll keep it safe." After they left, I remained on the porch. drawing did not demand research or resolution. It was simply a testament. It said, I was here, I was lonely, I imagined a friend. That was all, and it was enough. The seasons turned. The quarry remained quiet, the paving project abandoned. The town went on with its surface life, its debates, and its routines. And I went on with mine, working in the insurance office, tending my garden, taking my walks. But I was never just doing those things. I was always listening. I had become a landmark, as natural and settled as the old oak in the cemetery. People began to bring me things, not always understanding why. A locket found in a garden, a diary from a garage sale. They would leave them on my porch with a note. I would accept them, learn their stories, and then let them rest. I was no longer just a listener for the deep places. I was a listener for the whole town. The quiet had found its keeper, and the keeper had finally found his peace. The old oak in the cemetery became a place I visited often. It was there I felt the accumulation of all the stories most strongly. The gnarled branches seemed to hold the whispers of 100 years. I would sit on the bench nearby and watch the leaves change with the seasons, thinking of Alina Shaw and Emil Richter meeting there in secret. The tree was a silent witness, and now, so was I. One afternoon in late autumn, a woman approached me as I sat there. She was older than me, with a sharp, intelligent face I recognized as one of the librarians. She introduced herself as Miriam. "You're the one who listens," she said, not as a question, but a statement. She sat down beside me without waiting for an invitation. "My grandmother used to talk about a feeling in this town. She said it was like a deep, still lake, and if you were quiet enough, you could see all the way to the bottom." I nodded, saying nothing. Miriam looked at the shop lot. Alina was my great-great-aunt. The family never spoke of Emil, but my grandmother knew. She said Alina kept a garden full of peonies, just like yours. She turned to me, her eyes clear and direct. "I have her sewing box. There's a secret compartment. I never had the courage to open it. I think I'd like you to be there when I do." So I went with her to her small, neat house filled with books. The sewing box was made of rosewood, its surface worn smooth with time. Miriam's hands trembled slightly as she pressed a hidden catch. A small drawer slid open. Inside was not a letter, but a single dried peony petal, brittle as parchment, and a tiny, perfect silhouette portrait of a young man with a strong jaw and a thoughtful brow. Emil. We did not speak. We simply looked at the fragile artifacts of a love that had been forced to hide. Miriam carefully closed the drawer. "Thank you," she whispered. That was all. Walking home, the dry leaves crunching under my feet, I understood that my role was not passive. By listening, by accepting these fragments, I was giving them a new life. I was connecting the threads, allowing the past to speak to the present. The town's deep, still lake was becoming clearer, and I was merely a point on its shore, a place where people could come to look into its depths. The first snow fell softly, blanketing the town in a respectful silence. I continued my routines, but my insurance office desk now felt like merely a station, a place to wait between moments of real purpose. The clients who came in began to share more than just their insurance needs. They would mention a strange dream, an heirloom they'd found, a family story that had always puzzled them. They weren't asking me to solve anything. They were just speaking their piece, adding their thread to the tapestry, trusting that I would hold it. I realized then that the quiet man by the water was not a single ghost from the past. He was an archetype, a role that needed to be filled. Samuel Price had needed him, and perhaps others had too, throughout the town's history. Now I was that man, not lost but found, not waiting but present. The stories were not burdens, they were gifts. And as the winter settled in, I knew that when the thaw came, there would be more. The digging was never done, and I no longer wanted it to be. The winter was long and deep, but the quiet of the snow felt like a blanket, preserving things until they were ready to be found. Leo and his mother brought me a box of gingerbread cookies one evening, their house now feeling settled, the whispers in its walls acknowledged and calmed. Miriam from the library began joining Alara and me for tea sometimes. We never spoke directly of our shared purpose. We simply were a small circle of keepers. Spring arrived not with a sudden thaw, but with a slow, gentle yielding. The peony shoots in my garden pushed through the cold earth, bold and green. It was on one of the first truly warm days that I saw the car, an old, dusty sedan, parked outside the town hall. A man stood beside it, looking lost. He was tall and thin, with a weary slump to his shoulders. He held a piece of paper in his hand, staring at the building as if it held an answer he dreaded. I was on my way to the post office, but I stopped. It was an automatic response now, this pausing, this listening without a sound being made. He felt my gaze and turned. His eyes were the color of the slate in the quarry, and just as heavy. "Can I help you?" I asked. My voice was calm, the voice of a man who was not in a hurry. He looked down at the paper. "I'm looking for the cemetery, a specific plot, but the map," he trailed off, frustrated. The map was the new one, printed by the Historical Society. It wouldn't have what he needed. "Who are you looking for?" I asked. He hesitated, then said a name I had never heard before. Anya Varga. The name was unfamiliar, but the weight of it was not. It had the same resonance as Silas Pope, as Alina Shaw. "I can show you," I said. I led him away from the town hall, onto the path that wound toward the older part of the cemetery. We walked in silence. The air smelled of wet earth and new growth. "Why are you helping me?" he finally asked, his voice rough with an emotion I couldn't name. "This is what I do," I said simply. When we reached the potter's field, I stopped. He looked at the sea of unmarked grass, and his shoulders slumped further. "She's here. If she's anywhere," I said. "The records from that time are poor. Many were buried without stones." He knelt, placing a hand flat on the ground. "I promised my mother I would find her, her sister. She disappeared. They said she ran off, but my mother never believed it." He looked up at me, his eyes pleading for something I could not give. There was a man. He worked for the mining company. There was a scandal hushed up. I did not need archives for this. I knew the pattern. I knew the shape of the stories this town kept. What was the man's name? I asked, though I felt I already knew. Eli, the man whispered, the name a sigh on the spring air. Eli McCabe. I looked from the man's grief-stricken face to the quiet expanse of grass. Another thread, another connection. Anya Varga and Eli McCabe. Not a monster and a victim, but another story of choices and consequences lost to time. The quiet man by the water had not been guiding Samuel away from a monster. He had been guiding him away from a tragedy, a story so old it had fossilized into legend. I placed my hand on the man's shoulder. It was a small gesture, but he did not shake it off. She is here, I said, with a certainty that came from the deep earth itself. And now you are here. That is what matters. We stood together for a long time, listening to the wind stir the new leaves. The story of Anya Varga was not a mystery to be solved. It was a wound that needed a witness, and I was there to bear witness. The digging was never done, and I was ready. The man, whose name was Daniel, stayed in town for 3 days. He did not stay at the inn, but slept in his car parked near the quarry path. I brought him food, and we talked little. He seemed to need the silence more than the answers. On the second day, he asked me to show him where the old McCabe house had stood. There was nothing left but a depression in the earth and a few scattered foundation stones, almost swallowed by brambles. He stood there for an hour, just looking. He was not looking for blame, I realized. He was looking for context, for the place where his family S story had collided with this town S. On the morning he left, he came to my porch. The tin with a leaner S letter was still on the mantel, visible through the window. "Thank you," he said. He didn't elaborate, and he didn't need to. He got into his car and drove away, the dust from the road settling slowly behind him. I thought that would be the end of it, another story laid to rest. But a week later, a small package arrived in the mail with no return address. Inside was a simple, rough-cut stone the size of my palm. There was no note. I knew what it was. It was a headstone. For Anya. Daniel had understood that a marker did not need to be official. It needed only to be placed with intention. That evening, I took the stone to the Potter S field. I did not try to find a specific spot. I simply chose a place where the grass seemed to grow a little greener, near the edge where the wildflowers began. I pushed the stone into the earth until it felt solid and permanent. It was enough. It said someone had been here, and someone had remembered. When I turned to leave, I saw a figure standing at the tree line near the quarry. It was not a trick of the light. It was a man, tall and indistinct in the fading light. He stood perfectly still, watching. A year ago, the sight would have frozen my blood. Now, I felt only a deep, quiet recognition. I did not approach him, and he did not move. We simply acknowledged each other across the distance. Then, as I began to walk home, I saw him turn and fade back into the shadows of the pines, not a threat, but a sentinel. Another keeper of the quiet. The following Thursday, I went to the quarry for the first time in many months. The water was dark and still. I sat on my usual rock and waited. I didn't know what I was waiting for, and that was fine. The silence was a companion, not an emptiness. After a time, I heard the soft crunch of footsteps on the path. It was Leo, holding a paper bag. "My mom made you a pie," he said, handing it to me. He sat down beside me, swinging his small legs. We sat together without speaking, watching the water. The sun dipped below the rim of the quarry, and the long shadows of the afternoon stretched across the surface. In that moment, I felt the circle complete. I was no longer just the listener. I was part of the story itself, a thread woven into the tapestry, waiting for the next hand to add its pattern. The air grew cool, and a single peony petal, carried from my garden by the wind, landed softly on the dark water. It floated there, a tiny, perfect testament, before slowly sinking into the deep. The pie was still warm through the paper bag, a simple kindness that felt as significant as any discovered artifact. Leo and I sat until the last light was gone and the first stars pricked the sky. He didn't ask about the man I had seen in the woods, and I didn't tell him. Some things were not for sharing. They were for carrying alone. I walked him back to his house, where the lights were on, and the silhouette of his mother moved behind the curtain. She waved from the doorway, and I raised a hand in return before turning toward home. The night was clear, and the path felt familiar under my feet, each stone and root a known quantity. The town slept around me, its dreams seeping into the soil, adding another layer to the deep, still lake of its history. The next morning, I went to the insurance office as usual. Mrs. Gable had left a new file on my desk, a routine claim for a damaged shed. Paper-clipped to the front was a yellow sticky note. In her precise handwriting, it read, "Old Mrs. Peabody passed last week. Her nephew was cleaning out the attic and found a trunk full of old photographs. No labels. He thought you might know what to do with them." I set the file aside and looked out the window. The town went about its business. Cars passed, people walked dogs, the postman made his rounds. It all looked so ordinary, but I saw the connections now, the invisible threads that ran between the woman buying groceries and the man fixing his fence, threads that stretched back through time to a schoolteacher named Emil and a woman named Anya. We were all part of the same story, telling it in fragments, often without knowing. After work, I walked to Mrs. Peabody's house. Her nephew, a harried-looking man from the city, was grateful to be rid of the trunk. "I haven't got the time for old pictures," he said, wiping dust from his hands. She never talked about any of it. I promised I would take care of them. The trunk was heavy, bound with leather straps that were brittle with age. I carried it home and set it in the middle of my living room. I did not open it immediately. I made a pot of tea and sat with the trunk as the evening deepened, as if allowing it to acclimate to its new surroundings. This was not a task for haste. It was a form of communion. When I finally unbuckled the straps and lifted the lid, the scent of cedar and thyme rose to meet me. The trunk was filled to the brim with photographs, stacked haphazardly, their edges curling. I lifted the first one carefully. It was a group portrait, men and women in stiff, formal clothes, standing outside a church I recognized. I scanned the faces, strangers from a century ago. And then I stopped. Near the back, slightly blurred as if he had moved, was a young man with a familiar, thoughtful brow, Emil Richter. And standing in the front row, her face a mask of serene obedience, was Alina Shaw. But my eyes were drawn not to them, but to the space between them, to a young woman with dark hair and a direct, unsmiling gaze. On the back of the photograph, in a flowing script that was not Alina S., someone had written, Harvest Social, 1881. Anya. My breath caught. Here they all were, captured in a single moment before their stories diverged into tragedy and secret heartache. Anya Varga had not been a phantom. She had been real, standing right beside Alina, a part of the town S life. I carefully laid the photograph on the table. There were hundreds more in the trunk. I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I would find more connections, more faces, more names. The work was endless, but it was no longer a weight. It was a privilege. The quiet had given me its stories, and in return, I would give them a home. I picked up the next photograph, ready to listen. The faces in the photographs began to feel like neighbors. I spent my evenings carefully cataloging them, not with names, for many were lost, but with the places they stood and the light in their eyes. I found a picture of children playing by the quarry edge, their laughter frozen in time, and another of a picnic where Eli McCabe stood slightly apart from the group, his expression unreadable. The trunk was not just a collection of images. It was the town S memory, and I was its reluctant archivist. Miriam from the library helped me. She brought over acid-free paper and proper boxes, her librarian S instincts for preservation taking over. We would work in silence for hours, the only sound the soft rustle of paper. One night, she held up a photograph of a young woman sitting on the steps of the town hall, mending a net. "I know that face," she whispered. "That's old man Hemlock's grandmother. She was a river fisher. They said she could smell a storm coming a day away." She turned the photo over. Nothing was written there, but Miriam knew. The stories were still here, passed down in fragments, waiting for a key to unlock them. The act of preserving these images felt like a quiet rebellion against forgetting. People started bringing me more photographs, rescued from basements and barn sales. My living room became a gallery of ghosts, each face a story waiting to be acknowledged. I wasn't solving mysteries anymore. I was building a family album for a town that had forgotten it was a family. One afternoon, Leo came over after school. He looked at the pictures spread across my table with wide eyes. He pointed to a photograph of a boy about his age, holding a wooden boat. "Who's that?" he asked. "I don't know," I said, "but he loved that boat." Leo studied the picture for a long time. think his name was Thomas," he said quietly. "I dreamed about him once. He said he lost his boat in the quarry. A chill, not of fear, but of wonder, passed through me. I looked at the boy in the photograph, then at Leo. The threads were not just in the past, they were in the dreams of the present. I handed Leo the photograph. "Would you like to keep this?" I asked. He nodded, holding it with a reverence that belied his age. He took it home, and the next day he told me he'd put it in a frame by his bed. The story of Thomas and his boat was no longer lost. It had found a new keeper. The seasons continued their turn. I grew older. My walks became shorter, and I spent more time on the porch, watching the world go by. The town changed, too. New families moved in, bringing their own stories, their own quiet dramas. They would hear about the man on the porch, the one who listened, and sometimes they would stop. They would talk about a strange noise in their new old house, or a locket they found in the garden, or a feeling they couldn't shake. I would listen, and I would nod. I had learned that the greatest gift was not an answer, but a receptive silence. I never saw the quiet man by the quarry again, but I felt his presence, or the presence of what he represented, in the rustle of the leaves and the stillness of the water. He was a part of the landscape, as I had become. One evening, as the fireflies blinked in the twilight, I realized I was no longer the keeper of the quiet. I had become the quiet itself, and when I was gone, I knew someone else would take my place on the porch. Someone else would feel the pull of the deep lake, and the stories would continue. They did not need to be dug up. They only needed to be heard. The last light of the sun faded, and the first star appeared, a single point of light in the vast, quiet dark. It was enough. The summer after Leo graduated from high school, he came to see me. He was a man now, but his eyes still held the same thoughtful light. He didn't come to the porch. He found me at the quarry, sitting on my rock. The water was as dark and deep as ever. "I'm moving to the city," he said, sitting beside me. "For college." I nodded. It was the right thing for him to do. "You'll do well," I said. We sat in a silence that was comfortable, filled with years of shared understanding. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, flat stone, smooth from years of handling. It was the one he had taken from the quarry as a boy, the one he said he'd dreamed about. "I think this belongs here," he said. He leaned forward and placed it gently on the larger rock, a small, dark addition to the granite. "I don't need to carry it anymore." I looked from the stone to his face. He was not leaving the stories behind. He was simply learning that they could exist without being a weight. He was making his own story now. After he left, I stayed until the moon rose, its reflection a shaky silver path on the water. I thought about Thomas and his boat, about Anya and her unmarked grave, about Alina and her secret love. Their lives had been full of joy and pain, all of it real, all of it now part of the quiet hum of this place. My own life, with its small joys and its quiet sorrows, was just another layer. I stood up, my joints protesting. It was time to go home. As I turned to leave, I saw a young woman walking along the opposite rim of the quarry. She moved slowly, her head down, as if searching for something she had lost. She paused and looked out over the water, and I saw the familiar stillness settle over her, the posture of someone listening to a silence that speaks. I did not call out to her. I simply watched for a moment, then continued on my path. She would find her way. The stories were patient. They would wait for her just as they had waited for me. The path home was dark, but I knew every step by heart. The screen door creaked softly as I stepped inside. The house felt different now, not empty, but expectant. The trunk of photographs was still there, but it was no longer the center of the room. It was simply a piece of furniture, its work mostly done. I made my tea and sat in my chair. The day's fatigue a comfortable blanket. Through the window, I could see the moonlit outline of the town hall, a silent witness to it all. A few days later, the young woman from the quarry rim came into the insurance office. She stood awkwardly by the door, clutching a small, tattered notebook. Mrs. Gable looked up from her filing, her glasses perched on the end of her nose. "Can I help you, dear?" The woman hesitated, then her eyes found mine. "I was told I should talk to you," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "About the house on Laurel Street, the old Henderson place." I nodded and gestured for her to come to my desk. She sat down, placing the notebook carefully in front of her. It was a diary, the pages brittle and brown. "I found this tucked behind a baseboard," she explained. "The handwriting, it's so sad. It talks about the light in the quarry and a man who sang to the trees. I thought it was just poetry, but then I started hearing things. A humming at night. I didn't need to look at the diary. I knew the story it would tell, or one very much like it. Another life, another love, another loss, seeping through the floorboards of an old house. The Hendersons kept to themselves," I said, "but they were here a long time." She looked at me, her eyes wide with a confusion I recognized. "What do I do?" "Listen," I said, "just listen. The humming isn't meant to scare you. It's just a memory that hasn't found its way home yet." A look of profound relief washed over her face. The not knowing had been the heaviest part. She left the office with the diary held tightly against her chest, not as a burden, but as a key. Mrs. Gable gave me a long, curious look over her glasses, but said nothing. She had long ago accepted that my work extended beyond actuarial tables. That evening, I walked past the Henderson place on Laurel Street. A light was on in the upstairs window, and I could see the young woman moving around inside. She paused by the window and looked out, not with fear, but with a quiet curiosity. She was settling in. The house was no longer just a structure. It was becoming a home again, ready to hold its stories and its new occupant in a gentle embrace. I continued my walk, my footsteps a soft rhythm on the pavement. The town was quiet, but it was a living quiet. I could feel it breathing around me, a great, slumbering beast whose dreams were made of all our yesterdays. I reached my porch and sat down, the old wood groaning a welcome. was warm, and the air was sweet with the scent of lilacs. Somewhere a dog barked, and farther off, I heard the distant, lonely cry of a train. I closed my eyes and listened. I listened to the town, and to the silence beneath it, and I knew that I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The story was continuing, and I was still a part of it, a single note in its endless, quiet song. Story 3. The chill came first, not as a draft from a cracked window or the breath of an air conditioner, but as a singular, contained event. It was a pocket of winter that had lost its way and settled in the corner of the nursery, right beside the cherrywood crib. Charlie Ray felt it as he stood over his son. Corbin, his large, work-calloused hand resting on the smooth rail. The room was a perfect, humid summer night, thick with the scent of baby powder and warm milk. But that one spot, no larger than a man's head, was cold. A deep, mineral cold, like the air from a well shaft. He reached his hand into it, fingers splaying, and felt the hairs on his arm rise. It was a fact, a physical anomaly, and for a moment, it was more fascinating than frightening. He dismissed it as a trick of the house. This old Victorian they had painstakingly restored, its bones still settling after a century of solitude. He pulled the little blue blanket, the one with the embroidered stars, up to Corbin's chin, and the cold spot seemed to dissipate, absorbed back into the warm, sleeping dark. That was the first omen, though Charlie Ray did not know the word for such things. He was a man who built his life with measurable materials, 2x4s, sheets of drywall, the weight of a hammer in his palm. His life with Maria was another kind of construction project, one of shared glances over coffee, of laughter in the tangled sheets of a Sunday morning, of the profound, terrifying architecture of creating a new person. Corbin was the keystone. He was 6 months old, with eyes the color of a stormy sea and a laugh that sounded like tiny bells. He was perfect. Charlie Ray would stand in the doorway of the nursery, just watching the gentle rise and fall of the small chest, and feel a love so immense it was akin to pain. This, he thought, this is the perfect life. It was a fortress he had built against the chaos of the world. Maria was the artist of their trio. Where Charlie Ray built walls, she painted them with light. She filled the house with music and the smell of simmering garlic, her presence a warm current that countered his steady, grounded nature. But lately, Charlie Ray had noticed a new current in her, a colder underflow. She would stare out the kitchen window, not at the budding hydrangeas, but at something far away, her gaze fixed and hollow. Her laughter, when it came, had a sharp, brittle edge. He found her once in the nursery, not by the crib, but in that same corner where the cold had been, her arms wrapped around herself, shivering. "There's a draft," she said, her voice thin. But the window was sealed tight. The second omen was auditory. It began as a whisper, so faint it could be mistaken for the house settling or the distant hum of the highway. It was a sound like rustling leaves, but with a wet, clicking undertone, like old bones being stirred in a bag. Charlie Ray heard it late at night he was alone in the living room, the baby monitor glowing softly on the coffee table. The sound seemed to emanate from the monitor itself, a parasitic noise riding the frequency meant for his son's breathing. He would turn the volume down, then up, his heart thudding a dull rhythm against his ribs. He told himself it was interference, a crossed signal from a neighbor's cordless phone. But the explanation felt flimsy. A piece of scrap, wood nailed over a widening crack. Then came the night of the revelation. It was a Tuesday. The air was heavy with the promise of a thunderstorm. Corbin had been fussy, his cries sharper, more insistent than usual. Maria had been quiet all evening, moving through the rooms like a ghost, her touch avoiding his. Charlie Ray had finally gotten the baby to sleep, the little body going limp and heavy in his arms. He laid him down in the crib, his movements slow and ritualistic. As he turned to leave, the cold spot returned, fiercer than before. It was a column of ice now, reaching from floor to ceiling. And in the center of it, he saw something. Not a shape, not a figure, but a suggestion of movement, a coalescence of shadows that seemed to lean over the crib. The rustling, clicking sound was no longer a whisper. It was a chorus, filling the room, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. He spun around, his breath pluming in the sudden freeze. "Maria," he called out, his voice strangled. She was there in the doorway, but she wasn't looking at him. Her eyes were fixed on the crib, wide with an emotion he could not name, not fear, but something closer to recognition, to reverence. "What is it?" he demanded, stepping toward her, the floorboards groaning under his weight. "What's in this room?" Her gaze shifted to him, and the look in her eyes was a betrayal more profound than any affair. It was a look of pity and of a terrible, exhausted finality. "It's not in the room, Charlie Ray," she said, her voice barely a breath. "It's in the blood. My blood." The world tilted. The carefully constructed fortress of his perfect life crumbled in an instant. He stared at her, at the woman he loved, and saw a stranger. Before he could speak, before he could move, a sound came from the crib that was not a cry. It was a gurgle, wet and thick. He rushed to the rail and looked down. Corbin was awake. His stormy eyes were open, but they were wrong. The pupils were too large, swallowing the blue. And from his perfect, rosebud mouth, a black, viscous fluid trickled down his cheek, onto the starched white sheet. The rustling sound was loudest here, emanating from the child himself. Charlie Ray reached for his son, but Maria was faster. She pushed past him, her movements unnaturally swift, and gathered Corbin into her arms. She didn't look at the black fluid. She crooned to him, a lullaby he had never heard before, in a language that was guttural and ancient. The cold in the room intensified. The shadows in the corner deepened, and for a single horrifying second, Charlie Ray saw it clearly. A tall, slender form, composed of shifting darkness, and a multitude of clicking, twitching parts, like a nest of insects given a single, terrible purpose. It reached a limb, long and jointed, toward Maria and the child. was gone. The cold vanished with it. The room was just a room again, warm and ordinary. But Corbin was still, too still. The hospital was a blur of sterile light and hushed voices. The official word was sudden infant death syndrome, a tragedy, a mystery of modern medicine. Charlie Ray sat in a hard plastic chair, the words washing over him, meaningless. He saw the looks the nurses gave Maria, the pitying looks reserved for grieving mothers. But he also saw the way Maria held herself, a strange, quiet acceptance that was more terrifying than any outburst of grief. She did not weep. She simply closed in on herself, a fortress of her own. They buried their son in a small cemetery on the edge of town, under an oak tree that was older than the city itself. The rain fell, a soft, mournful drizzle. Charlie Ray stood by the raw, muddy hole, the weight of the world pressing down on him. He looked at Maria, her face pale and beautiful under a black veil, and he felt nothing but a vast, hollow cold. The thing in the nursery, her words, the black fluid, they were a secret they now shared, a nightmare buried under the official story of tragedy. He tried to return to normalcy. He went back to his construction work, swinging his hammer, measuring and cutting. But the world had lost its solidity. The boundaries between reality and the nightmare had been permanently blurred. He would see movements in the periphery of his vision, tall, slender shadows flickering at the edge of a half-built frame house. The rustling sound followed him, a constant tinnitus of dread. He began to spend his nights not at home, but driving. He would navigate the city-esque grid of streets, then push further into the forgotten corners. The industrial districts with their skeletal warehouses, the derelict train yards, the neighborhoods that existed in the cracks between maps. He was searching. He did not know for what, but the pull was undeniable. A cold thread tied to his heart, leading him onward. He found himself drawn to places that felt old, places that held whispers. A pawn shop with grimy windows, its proprietor an ancient man with milky eyes who spoke of things that were hungry for new bloodlines. A community garden that had grown wild and strange, where a woman with dirt under her fingernails told him of families who were not families, but caretakers for things that slept in the earth. He learned of a local folklore, a patchwork of tales about the hollow folk or the carrion kin, entities that were not born, but adopted, grafted onto human families to feed on their lineage, to use their warmth as a disguise for their own essential coldness. He understood then. The betrayal was not just Maria's infidelity to him, but to their very humanity. She had not cheated with another man. She had invited something else into their bloodline. Corbin was never entirely his. He was a vessel, a doorway. And the tragedy was not an accident. It was a conclusion. The thing had taken what it needed and left. One night, he followed the cold thread to its source. It was not a hidden lair or a haunted mansion, but a simple, well-kept brownstone in a quiet, respectable neighborhood. The home of Maria's family, whom he had always found a little distant, a little too perfect. He watched from his car as Maria emerged. She was not dressed in mourning clothes, but in a simple, elegant dress, She walked down the street, not with the gait of a grieving woman, but with a purposeful, steady stride. He followed her on foot, keeping to the shadows. She led him to a nondescript building that might have once been a library or a small town hall. No signs identified it. She opened a heavy oak door and disappeared inside. Charlie Ray approached, the cold emanating from the building so intense it made his teeth ache. He pushed the door open. The inside was not what he expected. It was vast, a space that seemed impossibly larger than the exterior suggested. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and old paper, and it was filled with people, dozens of them, standing in silent rows. They were all like Maria, beautiful, poised, but with that same hollow look in their eyes. They stood facing a dais at the far end of the room. On the dais, standing within a pillar of that same profound cold he had felt in the nursery, was the thing, the tall one. It was clearer now, its form shifting, a darkness that was not the absence of light, but a substance of its own. He could see the suggestion of long, thin limbs, a head that tilted at an impossible angle, and a surface that seemed to be a crawling, living mosaic of dark insects or shifting scales. The rustling clicking was a deafening hymn here, and there, standing before the dais, was Maria. She held something in her arms, a bundle. It was small, swaddled in a black cloth. The thing on the dais extended a limb, a tendril of solid shadow, and touched the bundle. A sound came from it then, a sound that froze the blood in Charlie Ray's veins. It was the gurgling, cooing sound of a happy baby. He understood everything then. Corbin had been a failure, a vessel that could not contain the essence they had tried to graft onto him. Or perhaps he had been a sacrifice, a necessary loss to make way for a new, more suitable vessel. The new child, his replacement. Maria turned, as if sensing his presence. Her eyes met his across the crowded room. There was no surprise in them, no guilt, only that same flat acceptance. She had not been corrupted. This was her truth. This was her family. The perfect life he thought he was building was just the staging ground for a ritual as old as the city's foundations. The tall one on the dais turned its attention toward him. He felt its gaze, a pressure that was not sight, but a profound, cosmic indifference. It saw him not as a threat, not as a father wronged, but as an irrelevance, a piece of scaffolding to be discarded after the true structure was raised. The love he felt, the grief, the rage, it was all just noise. A brief, warm flicker in the face of an eternal, hungry cold. He did not run. He did not scream. He simply turned and walked back out the door, into the warm summer night. The door swung shut behind him, muffling the horrific hymn. He walked away from the brownstone, down the quiet street, past the manicured lawns and sleeping houses. He did not look back. There was nothing for him there. The world he knew was a skin over something vast and ancient and terrible, and he had seen the truth beneath. He was outside of it now, forever. He walked until the city lights faded behind him, until he found himself on a gravel road leading out into the dark fields. The stars were sharp and cold above him. He could still feel the chill in his bones, a permanent winter that had taken root in his soul. He was a ghost now, a man who had built his house on a grave he never knew was there. And he knew, with a certainty that was as deep and as cold as the thing in the nursery, that he would carry this chill with him for the rest of his days. He would walk, and he would never, ever look back. The story was over. The haunting had become him. The gravel beneath his boots crunched with a finality that echoed in the hollow of his chest. Each step was a small, sharp punctuation mark in the long, run-on sentence of his life. He didn't know where the road led, and he didn't care. Direction was a concept for people who still believed in destinations, for those who lived inside the world. He was outside now. The map had been burned, and the territory it represented was a lie. He walked for hours, until the first gray light of dawn began to bleed into the eastern sky. The fields on either side of the road were vast and empty, the cornstalks standing in silent, regimented rows like an army of the dead. The air was clean and sharp, smelling of dust and dew, a stark contrast to the cloying, earthy scent of that hall. He found an abandoned barn, its roof sagging like a broken spine, and he crawled into a loft filled with brittle, ancient hay. He slept a dreamless sleep, the kind of utter shutdown that comes not from rest, but from exhaustion of the spirit. When he woke, the sun was high. The chill was still there, a core of ice in the center of him that the sunlight couldn't touch. It was his new compass. He started walking again. He hitched rides with truckers who spoke of mundane things, fuel prices, bad coffee, families waiting at home. He would nod, a ghost in their passenger seat, and say nothing. His silence was a wall they couldn't breach. They would drop him off at a gas station or a truck stop, and he would feel a faint pull, a slight increase in the coldness in his bones, and he would know which way to go. He was following the trail of the hollow folk. Not Maria, not the tall one, but the evidence of their presence in the world. It was a subtle thing, a stain on reality. He found a small town where the flowers in every window box were black and bloomed out of season. He found a diner where the coffee was always lukewarm, no matter how fresh the pot, and the patrons all had the same distant, polished look in their eyes. He would stay a day, sometimes two, listening to the whispers in bars, watching the patterns of the town. He never asked direct questions. He just observed, a quiet, hulking man with eyes that had seen too much. He learned that these enclaves were scattered, isolated from one another, but connected by the same cold thread. They were caretakers, gardeners for a presence that required their warmth to cast a shadow in the human world. They bred, not for love, but for suitability, for vessels. The thought made the ice in his chest burn. Corbin had been a seed planted in poisoned soil. Months bled into a year. His tools were gone. His hands, once skilled at building, were now just rough and calloused from walking and odd jobs. He worked when he had to, chopping wood or cleaning out warehouses for cash, enough for a meal and a cheap room. He avoided mirrors, but when he caught his reflection in a diner window, he saw a stranger. His face was leaner, harder, his eyes the color of a winter sky just before a storm. The warmth that Maria had once painted into their life was gone from him, replaced by the permanent chill. He found himself in a city by a great lake, a place of industry and bitter winds. The cold in him was stronger here, a persistent ache. He took a room in a boarding house that smelled of cabbage and despair. His window looked out onto a narrow alley. The building across from him was new, sleek glass and steel, but it cast a long shadow that seemed unnaturally deep, a pool of perpetual twilight. Took a job on a night cleaning crew for the very building. It was mindless work, pushing a waxer over vast, empty floors, the hum of the machine a dull substitute for thought. But on the top floor, the executive level, the cold was intense. It emanated from a corner office, a space that was all white leather and chrome, with a single, ancient-looking stone paperweight on the desk. The paperweight was black and porous, like pumice, and it seemed to drink the light from the room. The cold pulsed from it. One night, as he was vacuuming the deep pile carpet, a man entered the office. He was young, handsome, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, but his eyes were the same as Maria's, hollow. He didn't acknowledge Charlie Ray. He walked to the desk, picked up the stone paperweight, and held it in both hands as if in prayer. He stood there for a long time, his face a mask of serene concentration. Charlie Ray watched, the vacuum cleaner humming in his hands. He saw a faint, dark mist seem to coil from the stone and be drawn into the man's nostrils. This was it. This was how they sustained themselves, how they maintained their disguise in the heart of the human world. Not in hidden halls, but in plain sight, in towers of glass and power. The man finally put the stone down, his eyes flickering with a cold light for an instant before returning to their polished normalcy. He left without a word. Charlie Ray was alone again. He looked at the paperweight. The urge to smash it, to shatter that conduit of cold, was a physical pain. But he didn't. He knew it would be like kicking an anthill. It would achieve nothing but to reveal his presence. He was just the janitor, the ghost. He had no hammer for this kind of work. He finished his shift and walked out into the pre-dawn city. The wind coming off the lake was biting, but it was a simple, natural cold. It felt clean compared to the chill he carried. He knew he would leave this city soon. The thread was pulling him elsewhere. There was no fight to be won, no revenge to be taken. The enemy was not a thing you could kill. It was a condition of the world, a rot in the foundation of things. His purpose was not to defeat it, but to witness it, to be the one warm thing that knew the depth of the cold. He was the record. He was the warning that no one would ever hear. And he would keep walking, a man made of memory and frost, for as long as his feet would carry him. The lake wind followed him for blocks, a nagging reminder of the simple, honest cold of the world. The other cold, the one inside him, was a quiet, settled thing now, a lodestone that had finished its pull on this particular city. He had seen what he needed to see. The next morning, he used his cleaning money to buy a bus ticket west. The destination was arbitrary, a name on a route map held no significance. The movement was the point. The bus was a capsule of muted life, a baby crying, the rustle of a newspaper, the low murmur of conversations about surgeries and grandchildren. Charlie Ray sat by the window, watching the industrial outskirts of the city give way to fields, and then to rolling hills. He felt a profound disconnect, as if he were watching a play performed behind a thick pane of glass. The lives of the people on the bus were real, vivid, and entirely separate from his own. He was a spectator in a museum of warmth. Days later, he got off the bus in a small town nestled in a high, arid valley. The air was thin and dry, and the sunlight was a sharp, bleaching force. The cold in him was different here, not a pulsing presence, but a deep, patient stillness, like permafrost. The town itself was a single main street of faded brick buildings, a testament to a mining boom that had gone bust decades before. It felt like a place that had been forgotten, which meant it was exactly the kind of place he was drawn to. He found work at a scrap yard, sorting metal under the vast, empty sky. The owner, a grizzled man named Walt with a permanent squint, paid in cash and asked no questions. Charlie Ray rented a tin-sided shack on the edge of the property. It had a cot, a wood stove, and a silence so profound he could hear the blood moving in his own ears. At night, the stars were a brilliant, frozen spray, and the only sound was the wind hissing through the sagebrush. It was at the Town S. Lone Diner that he saw her. She was a waitress, maybe in her early 30s, with tired eyes and a kind smile that didn't quite reach them. Her name was Lena. She moved with a weary grace, and she always had a book tucked under the counter for the slow hours. She was the first person in a year who looked at him, not with suspicion or indifference, but with a flicker of genuine curiosity. She started to remember his order. Black coffee, eggs over easy toast. Simple, warm things. One afternoon, as he was sipping his coffee, she slid into the booth opposite him. The diner was empty. "You're not from around here," she said. It wasn't an accusation, just a statement. "No," he agreed. "You running from something?" she asked, her voice soft. He looked at her, really looked at her. He saw the faint lines of worry around her eyes, the strength in her hands. She was anchored in the real world, a world of bills and chores and small kindnesses. A world he had been evicted from. "I'm just passing through," he said, and it was the truest thing he could offer. She nodded, as if that were answer enough. Passing through can get lonely. A part of him, a part he thought had frozen solid, stirred. It was a dangerous feeling, a tiny ember of warmth threatening to melt the ice that protected him. He found himself going to the diner even when he wasn't hungry, just to feel the ordinary heat of the place, to hear the clatter of dishes and the mundane music of a life being lived. He started to notice things about Lena, the way she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear when she was concentrating, the small, sad song she hummed sometimes when she thought no one was listening. He wanted to tell her. The words would rise in his throat like bile, a story about a nursery, a thing made of darkness, a son who was not a son, cold in his chest would tighten, a warning. To tell her would be to pull her into the chill, to paint the horror onto her ordinary world. It would be a corruption. His silence was the only kindness he had left to give. One evening, he was walking back to his shack when he saw a car parked outside. A dust-covered sedan he didn't recognize. A man was leaning against it, tall and thin, wearing a suit that was too formal for the desert. Even from a distance, Charlie Ray knew. The posture was too still, the patience too absolute. It was one of them, a caretaker. Charlie Ray stopped walking. The ember of hope that Lena had kindled sputtered and died, extinguished by the familiar, profound cold that now radiated from the figure. The man didn't move, didn't speak. He just watched. The message was clear. You are seen. You are known. Your passing through is being observed. Charlie Ray turned and walked back toward the diner. He didn't run. He knew there was no point. He stood across the street, hidden in the shadows, and watched Lena through the window as she wiped down the counter, laughing at something the cook said. She was so beautifully, painfully real. He memorized the line of her neck, the sound of her laugh carrying faintly through the glass. Then he turned and walked away, not toward his shack, but toward the highway that led out of the valley. He didn't look back. He had been a fool to think he could even brush against a normal life without drawing their attention. The cold was his country now, his only companion. He stuck out his thumb at the edge of the asphalt, and when a truck slowed down, he climbed in. The driver asked where he was headed. Charlie Ray stared at the unspooling road, a black ribbon under the moon. Anywhere, he said, and the word was as empty as he was. The haunting was him, and it was a contagion. His only purpose was to keep moving, to carry the chill away from the warm, fragile things of the world. The truck driver was a talker, a man named Earl who spoke of hauling livestock and the price of feed. Charlie Ray offered monosyllabic replies, his attention fixed on the landscape blurring past. The high desert gave way to pine forests, the air growing heavy with the scent of resin. The cold inside him shifted, a subtle reorientation. He was being pulled again. Earl dropped him at a crossroads near a logging town. The place was shrouded in a low mist, the trees pressing in like a silent audience. The cold was different here. It was old, rooted, the kind that seeps up from the ground. He walked into town, a collection of weathered wooden buildings with steep roofs to shed the snow. There was a quiet tension in the air, a feeling he recognized. It was the same quiet he had felt in his own neighborhood, the same polished stillness. This was a place where the hollow folk had been for a long, long time. He found a bar, a dark place called the Timberline. The men inside spoke in low tones, their faces rough and lined. But their eyes, when they glanced at him, held a flatness that was out of place. They were not all caretakers, he sensed, but many were. The town was a farm. He ordered a whiskey, the burn of fleeting distraction from the permanent winter in his gut. An old man with a grizzled beard sat down on the stool next to him. He smelled of sawdust and pipe tobacco. "You look lost, son," the man said, his voice a dry rasp. "Just passing through," Charlie Ray said, the familiar refrain. The old man chuckled, a sound like gravel shifting. "Ain't we all? But some things, they don't pass through. They sink in." He took a long pull from his own glass. "You feel it, don't you? The quiet. The way the birds don't sing right in the east woods." Charlie Ray remained silent, but his stillness was an answer. "The old family's here," the man continued, lowering his voice. "They made a bargain generations back. Good timber yields, protection from fires, in exchange for a certain compliance. A child every other generation or so. They say the child goes to live with a rich aunt back east." He snorted. "We all know the truth. We just don't say it." "Why are you telling me this?" Charlie Ray asked, his first real question in weeks. The old man looked at him, and for a moment his eyes were clear and sharp, free of the communal haze. "Because you have the look of someone who's seen the ledger and knows the price that's been written down. I'm too old to care about the consequences. I just wanted someone to know that not all of us are hollow. Some of us just live in the hollow places." The man stood up, laid a few dollars on the bar, and walked out into the misty night. Charlie Ray finished his whiskey. The encounter had not been an accident. It was a confirmation. The network was vast, the rot extensive. There was no grand battle, only these small, hopeless pockets of resistance. Men and women who knew the truth, but were powerless to change it, left the bar and walked to the edge of town, where the forest began. The cold was strongest here, pulling him toward a path that led into the deep woods. He followed it, the mist clinging to him like a shroud. After a mile, he came to a clearing. In the center stood a ring of stones, black and slick with moisture. The air within the circle was motionless and bitterly cold. This was a place of power, a node. It was dormant now, but he could feel the potential, the echo of the hymn that had filled the brownstone. He did not enter the circle. He simply stood at its edge, a witness. This was his pilgrimage, from the polished halls of the city to the forgotten stones in the woods. He was mapping the anatomy of the thing that had taken his life, not to destroy it, but to understand its shape, to know the full extent of the cold. He turned and walked back to the road. He would not stay in this town. His presence was a disturbance, a warm spot in their cold equation. He began to walk down the highway, the mist slowly dissolving as the sun began to rise. A logging truck rumbled past, then slowed and stopped ahead of him. The driver waved him over. Charlie Ray climbed into the cab. The driver, a young man with a friendly face, asked him where he was headed. Charlie Ray looked out at the road ahead, a tunnel through the towering trees. "Just drive," he said. The truck pulled back onto the asphalt, carrying him deeper into the cold, quiet heart of the country. He was a ghost riding with the living, a secret moving through a world of secrets, forever bound for nowhere. The truck-ass heater blew stale, warm air, but it did nothing to touch the chill in Charlie Ray S. bones. The young driver talked about a girlfriend, about saving up for a better rig. Charlie Ray watched the trees, a solid wall of green and shadow. He saw a flash of movement deep within the woods, a pale shape that kept pace with the truck for 100 yards before vanishing. The driver saw nothing. They reached a larger town, a supply hub for the logging camps. Charlie Ray got out with a nod of thanks. The main street was louder, busier, but the underlying quiet was still there, a hum just below the threshold of hearing. He saw a woman arranging produce outside a grocery store. Her movements were fluid, efficient, but her eyes scanned the street with a watchful, predatory stillness that was entirely at odds with her task. She was tending her garden. He bought a sandwich and sat on a bench near the bus depot. He was eating when a child, no more than 5, stopped in front of him. The boy had wide, serious eyes and held a toy truck. He stared at Charlie Ray with an unnerving intensity. "You ray cold," the boy said. It wasn't a question. Charlie Ray stopped chewing. He looked at the boy, really looked. There was a warmth there, a flickering, vulnerable light. He was not one of them, not yet. "Yes," Charlie Ray said, his voice rough from disuse. The boy took a step closer. "My mommy is cold too, but inside. She sings a different song now." He tilted his head. "You have the old song in you, the warm one. It's very small." A jolt, like an electric shock, went through Charlie Ray. This child could see it. The remnant, the last ember of who he had been. Before he could speak, a woman rushed over, her face a mask of polite panic. She grabbed the boy's hand. Her touch was gentle, but her eyes, when they flicked to Charlie Ray, were chips of ice. They were the same eyes as the woman outside the grocery store. "I am so sorry. He bothers everyone," she said, her voice a smooth, polished instrument. She pulled the boy away. The child looked back over his shoulder, his gaze locked on Charlie Ray until they turned a corner and were gone. Charlie Ray sat frozen on the bench, the rest of his sandwich forgotten. The boy's words echoed in his mind. "You have the old song in you. It's very small." He had thought the warmth was entirely gone, replaced by the cold record of his loss. But the child had seen a spark, and the caretaker mother had seen it too. His presence was no longer just a disturbance. It was a flare in the darkness, noticeable to the most sensitive among them and to their keepers. He stood up, abandoning his food. The compulsion to move was immediate and urgent. He was no longer just a witness. He was a beacon, a dangerous one. To stay in any place too long was to invite scrutiny, not just on himself, but on anyone he interacted with, anyone who might inadvertently brush against that fading ember of his past self. The boy's words were not a comfort. They were a death sentence for any hope of connection, no matter how fleeting. He went into the bus depot and bought a ticket for the next bus leaving, which was headed south toward the deserts. It didn't matter. As he sat in the plastic chair of the waiting area, he made a vow to himself. He would speak to no one. He would look at no one. He would be a stone, a piece of driftwood, carried by the current of the cold. He would starve the old song until not even a child could hear it. The record of the hollow folk would be kept in perfect, frozen silence. It was the only way to ensure that his haunting would not claim another soul. The bus arrived with a sigh of air brakes. He boarded, took a seat by the window, and closed his eyes, retreating deep behind the wall of ice, trying to forget the sound of a child's voice telling him he was still, in some small way, alive. The desert was a different kind of emptiness. The cold inside him met the blistering heat of the outside world, and the two did not cancel each other out. They existed in a strange, balanced antagonism. The heat punished the body, but the cold devoured the soul. He found work on a ranch, mending fences and tending to animals that were too stoic to care about the silence of the man who fed them. The sky was vast and unforgiving, a dome of bleached blue. He kept his vow. He spoke only when necessary, in grunts and single words. He ate alone, slept in a bunkhouse that he had to himself, and walked the perimeter of the property under the impossible blanket of stars. He was trying to become a perfect void, to let the external heat scald away the last traces of the internal warmth the boy had detected. He thought he was succeeding. Weeks bled into months. The rhythm of the work was a kind of anesthesia. Then, one evening, the ranch owner, a man named Hector who had more kindness in him than sense, brought a visitor out to the bunkhouse. She was a veterinarian, come to check on a sick calf. She was around his age, with sun-bleached hair and a face weathered by the elements. Her name was Dr. Eris. Hector made introductions that Charlie Ray barely acknowledged. But as Hector left, the woman stayed. She looked at him not with the flat curiosity of the hollow folk, or the polite fear of the controlled, but with a professional, assessing gaze. "You Ray the one who been tending that calf," she said. Her voice was calm, direct. "You've done a good job. It showing improvement." Charlie Ray nodded, looking at the ground. "Hector says you don't talk much." She paused, waiting for a response that didn't come. He could feel her studying him. "It's a hard life out here. Isolating. It does things to a person." He risked a glance at her. Her eyes were a clear, steady green. They held no hidden cold, no polished sheen. They were just eyes, tired and intelligent. And in that moment, he felt a crack in the ice, a desperate, foolish need to be seen by someone who was truly alive. It was a physical pain in his chest. He opened his mouth. No sound came out. He tried again, his voice a rusty whisper. "Thank you for the calf." It was the most he had said to anyone in half a year. The words hung in the hot, still air between them. She smiled, a small, genuine thing that reached her eyes. "You Ray welcome." She turned to go, then stopped. "I am out here every few weeks, if you ever need to talk about anything." She left him standing there, the echo of her offer a tremor in his carefully constructed silence. He had broken his vow for a moment of ordinary human contact. That night, the cold felt different. It felt angry. It felt threatened. He lay on his cot, listening to the coyotes howl in the distance, and knew with a certainty that chilled him deeper than any memory that his presence here was now a timer counting down. He had made a sound in the quiet, and they always heard. He packed his few belongings before the sun rose, leaving his pay tucked under a coffee can on the table. He walked away from the ranch as the sky lightened, a solitary figure disappearing into the shimmering haze of the desert morning. The old song inside him, for one terrible moment, having found a listener, he walked until his feet were raw, and the sun was a hammer on his back. The desert offered no cover, only the illusion of distance. Every shadow seemed to hold a watching stillness. He found a shallow gully to crouch in as the day reached its peak, the heat rising in visible waves from the sand and rock. He sipped warm water from his canteen and replayed the veterinarian S words. Her offer had been simple, professional kindness, but he had turned it into a lifeline. His weakness had been monumental. As dusk began to bleed the color from the sky, he saw headlights on the distant highway. He scrambled up the bank and stood at the edge of the asphalt, his thumb out. A semi-truck hissed to a stop. The driver was a large man with a weary face who looked him up and down. "Where to?" he asked. "South," Charlie Ray rasped. The man shrugged. "I'm going as far as El Paso. Climb in." The cab of the truck was a sealed capsule, smelling of coffee and diesel. Charlie Ray stared straight ahead, retreating behind his walls. The driver, whose name was Dave, tried a few questions, got nothing but monosyllables in return, and eventually gave up, turning the radio to a staticky country station. The music was a dull ache, a reminder of a world that had, however sad. His world had only the silent, perfect hum of the cold. They crossed the state line in the dead of night. The desert began to give way to sparse towns, the lights of El Paso glowing like a false dawn on the horizon. Dave cleared his throat. "This is my stop. You getting out here?" Charlie Ray looked at the sprawling city. So many lights, so many people. A perfect place to hide, and a perfect hunting ground for them. The cold in his gut was a compass needle, twitching, pointing toward the heart of the city. There was a presence there, something large and old, a major node. He felt a pull, not of attraction, but of dreadful completion. This was where he was being led. "No," he said, "I'll go on." Dave looked at him strangely. "Ain't nothing south but the border, man." "That's fine." Shaking his head, Dave pulled over at a truck stop just off the highway. "Suit yourself. Good luck." Charlie Ray got out. The air was different here, carrying the scent of exhaust and cooked food from the truck stop diner. He walked past the glowing windows, ignoring the tired faces of the drivers inside. He kept walking, past the last of the streetlights, until he was on a dark road leading toward the Rio Grande. The city sounds faded behind him, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the distant, mournful sound of a train whistle. He found a place to sit on a rocky outcrop overlooking the valley. The lights of Jew Res glittered on the other side of the river, a chaotic, vibrant tapestry. The cold inside him was now a sharp, focused pain, pointing directly at the city across the border. It wasn't just a node, it was a source. A place where the boundary was thin He understood then that his journey wasn't about escape. It was about following the cold to its origin. He would cross over, not into Mexico, but into the heart of the silence that had claimed him. He would go to them. The thought brought no fear, only a final, frozen calm. The old song was gone. Only the hymn remained. He stood up and began the slow walk down toward the river, a man stepping off the edge of the map into the territory of his own ruin. The river was not wide, but the water moved with a dark, silent urgency. He waded in, the cold of it a shock that was instantly absorbed by the deeper, more profound cold within him. It was like two currents meeting, one of water and one of absence. He pushed through the reeds on the far bank and stood dripping on foreign soil. The sounds of Ju-Rez were a wall of life music, shouting, the sputter of engines, but the cold pulled him away from the noise, guiding him through a maze of narrow, unpaved streets toward the older, quieter part of the city. The buildings here were made of faded adobe, their walls thick and silent. The air smelled of dust and cooking oil and something else, something dry and ancient. He turned a corner and found himself in a small plaza. In the center stood a church, its whitewash peeling under the moon. The cold was concentrated here, so intense it felt like a physical pressure. This was the place. The heavy wooden door of the church was unlocked. He pushed it open and stepped inside. It was dark, the only light coming from a few red votive candles flickering before a statue of a saint. The hymn was here, not a sound, but a vibration in the stones, a resonance that made the fillings in his teeth ache. He walked down the center aisle, his wet boots leaving dark prints on the tile. He was not alone. Figures sat motionless in the pews, their heads bowed not in prayer, but in a kind of suspended animation. They were caretakers, guardians of this place. They did not look up as he passed. At the altar, a man was waiting for him. He was dressed not as a priest, but in a simple, dark suit. His face was ageless, his eyes the color of a winter sky. He smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "Charles," the man said. His voice was the hymn given form, a beautiful, empty sound. "We wondered when you would arrive. You have taken the long road." Charlie Ray said nothing. He had run out of words long ago. "You have done well," the man continued. "You have carried the record with fidelity. You have learned the silence. It is time to lay your burden down." He gestured to the space beside him. "It is time to come home." Charlie Ray looked at the spot. He imagined stepping into it, feeling the last of his warmth extinguished, becoming part of the perfect, polished stillness. It would be so easy. An end to the walking, the watching, the remembering. But as he took a step forward, a memory surfaced, not of his daughter, but of the boy in the logging town, the boy who had seen the old song, and the veterinarian whose green eyes had held a simple, human concern. They were flaws in the perfect record, cracks of light in the ice. He stopped. The man's smile did not falter, but the air in the church grew colder. "There is nothing for you out there," the man said, his voice still gentle, but with an edge now, like a razor wrapped in silk. only pain, only loss. Here there is peace. Here there is order. Charlie Ray looked past the man to the crucifix hanging on the wall behind the altar. It was just an object, wood and metal, but it represented a story of sacrifice, of a pain endured for something greater. His own pain had been meaningless, a transaction. But what if it didn't have to be? What if the record could be broken? He took a step back. The expression on the man's face finally changed. The pleasant mask dissolved into something ancient and utterly cold. The figures in the pews stirred, lifting their heads. Their eyes were no longer flat. They were focused on him with a hungry intensity. "That is not the agreement," the man said, and his voice was no longer beautiful. It was the sound of glaciers cracking. "I am making a new one," Charlie Ray whispered. Then he turned and ran. He burst out of the church into the plaza, the silence shattering behind him. He did not look back. He ran through the streets, not toward the river, but deeper into the city, into the noise and the chaos and the life. The cold was a scream inside him now, a hook trying to drag him back. But for the first time since the brownstone, he was running toward something, not away. He was a flaw in the record, a wrong note in the hymn, and he would keep singing. The streets of Jew-Rez closed around him, a chaotic symphony of blaring horns and shouted Spanish. The cold was a live wire in his spine, a constant, screaming pull back toward the silent church. He could feel them, the caretakers, moving through the crowds now. They were not running. Their pursuit was more efficient, a closing of a net. They used the city itself, a man stepping out of a doorway to block his path, a woman's blank stare from a market stall pinpointing his location. He ducked into a crowded cantina, the air thick with the smell of beer and lime. Mariachi music blared from a jukebox, a frantic, joyful noise that felt like a shield. He pushed his way to the back, toward a door marked Ba-O, but instead slipped past it into a narrow, greasy kitchen. A cook shouted at him, waving a cleaver. Charlie Ray kept moving, bursting out a rear door into an alley strewn with rotting vegetables. The cold flared, a spike of pure warning. A caretaker, a young man in a clean white shirt that was impossibly pristine in the squalor of the alley, stood at the other end. He began to walk forward, his pace unhurried. Charlie Ray turned to run back, but the door to the kitchen had been locked from the inside. He was trapped. Desperation, an emotion he had not felt in years, surged through him. It felt hot and alive. He looked around wildly. There was a fire escape, rusted and ladder retracted, too high to reach. A stack of wooden crates. The caretaker was 20 feet away, his hand outstretched, not to grab, but to touch. A single touch was all it would take to freeze the last of his resistance. Charlie Ray braced himself against the wall, his fingers scrabbling against the rough adobe. They brushed against a loose brick. He pried it free. It was heavy and crude in his hand. As the caretaker reached for him, Charlie Ray did not throw the brick. Instead, he swung it in a short, hard arc against his own forehead. The pain was blinding. a white-hot explosion that momentarily drowned out the cold scream in his mind. Blood poured down his face, hot and real. The caretaker froze, his hand hovering in the air. The perfect, empty eyes showed a flicker of something not confusion, but a recalculation. Their entire existence was based on order, on the quiet consumption of warmth. This act of chaotic, self-inflicted pain was a variable they had not accounted for. It was noise of the most fundamental kind. Charlie Ray stumbled past him, clutching his bleeding head. He staggered back into the cantina. The music stopped. Everyone stared at the bleeding gringo. He saw a phone booth in the corner, an old, enclosed thing. He fell into it, fumbling coins from his pocket with bloody fingers. He did not know who to call. There was no one, but he remembered the vet's name, Dr. Eris, and the ranch. Hector would know how to find her. He dialed the international operator, his voice a ragged mess as he asked for the number, reciting the name of the town, the ranch. The cold was regrouping, the shock of his injury wearing off. He could feel them outside the glass of the phone booth, a circle of stillness in the bustling room. The operator was taking too long. The door of the phone booth was wrenched open. The man from the church stood there, his wintry eyes burning with a cold fire. The beautiful voice was gone, replaced by a sibilant hiss. There is no call to make. Charlie Ray slammed the phone down. He looked past the man, at the crowd of concerned and frightened faces. He had one weapon left, the truth. He pointed a bloody finger at the man in the suit. "They ray not human," he yelled, his voice cracking. "They ray empty. They take your grief and they leave you cold. Don T let them touch you." The man's hand shot out, fast as a snake, and clamped around Charlie Ray's wrist. The cold was immediate, a numbness shooting up his arm. But the touch also sent a wave of the man's own essence into Charlie Ray. He saw a vast, silent plain under a starless sky, a place of eternal, peaceful nothingness. It was the promise, and for a second, it was seductive. Then he saw the boy with the toy truck. He saw the vet's green eyes. The old song, tiny and battered, gave one last, defiant pulse. Charlie Ray wrenched his arm free, the skin tearing. He looked the man directly in his ancient, empty eyes. "No," he said. He turned and smashed his fist through the glass of the phone booth. Shards rained down. He grabbed the largest, sharpest piece. He didn't turn it on the man. He held it to his own throat. The ultimate chaos. The final, unacceptable variable. The man from the church recoiled as if from a flame. The entire room seemed to hold its breath. In that suspended moment, Charlie Ray saw a flicker of genuine fear in those cold eyes. Not fear of death, but fear of a soul that would choose annihilation over assimilation. It was the one thing they could not control, could not record, could not silence. He backed out of the cantina, the shard of glass still pressed to his skin, a trickle of blood mingling with that from his forehead. The crowd parted for him. The caretakers did not follow. He walked backward into the teeming night, a bloody, broken man holding his own life as a hostage against the silence. He was still cold. He would always be cold. But he was free. The city swallowed him again, its chaotic energy now a form of camouflage. He kept the shard of glass, wrapped in a strip torn from his shirt, clutched in his hand. The blood on his face dried into a stiff, cracking mask. People gave him a wide berth, their eyes sliding away from the raw violence of his presence. He was no longer a man trying to hide. He was a warning, a walking scar. He needed to get back across the river. The cold inside him was a dull, throbbing ache, a tooth that had been pulled but whose root still sent phantom pains through the jaw. They were not following, not in the way he understood pursuit. Their method was subtler, a patient waiting for a system to fail. He had introduced a virus into their perfect system, but viruses eventually burn out. He found a different crossing point, a shallow, muddy stretch downstream from the bridges. The water was filthy, but it washed the blood from his face, the sting a welcome sensation of the present. On the American side, he collapsed in the reeds, shivering not from the cold within, but from simple exhaustion. He slept a black, dreamless sleep. When he woke, the sun was high. His head pounded, and his body felt like one giant bruise. He stood up, unsteady, and looked north. The vast, empty landscape stretched out before him. He had no destination, no plan, but he had a direction, away from the silence, toward the noise. He walked along the highway, his thumb out again. This time, it took hours. Finally, an old pickup truck, its bed filled with scrap metal, rattled to a stop. The driver was an old man with a face like worn leather. He looked at Charlie Ray's battered face and said nothing, just jerked his head toward the passenger seat. They drove for miles in silence. The man offered him a warm beer from a cooler on the floor. Charlie Ray took it. The taste was bitter and alive. He drank it all. Rough night, the old man asked, his eyes on the road. Something like that, Charlie Ray said, his voice rough. Yeah, I had a few of those. The man didn't press. They drove on, the desert unspooling around them. The silence in the cab was comfortable, human. It was not the silence of the hollow folk or the caretakers. It was just two men sharing a ride. The old man was going to a town called Silver Springs, a place not on any of Charlie Ray's mental maps. He dropped him off at a dusty crossroads. "Take care of yourself, son," he said, before driving off in a cloud of dust. Charlie Ray stood at the intersection. One road led toward the town, a cluster of low buildings shimmering in the heat. The other led back out into the emptiness. The cold inside him was quiet, a receding tide. He knew it would return. It was part of him now, but it was not all of him. He started walking toward the town. He needed food, water, a place to clean up. He needed to find a phone. He didn't know what he would say to Dr. Eris, or if he would even call. The act of considering it was enough for now. He was moving, not toward an ending, but into the next uncertain moment. The old song was silent, but The space where it had been was no longer filled with a hymn. It was just quiet. And for the first time, the quiet felt like his own. The town was smaller than it looked from a distance. Just a single main street with a diner, a gas station, and a hardware store that also sold groceries. The air was hot and still. He could feel eyes on him from behind dusty windows as he walked toward the diner. He knew what he looked like, a man who had lost a fight with the world. The bell above the diner door jangled, a sharp, tinny sound. The inside was cool and dark, smelling of coffee and fried food. A few old men sat at the counter, their conversation dying as he entered. A waitress with tired eyes and a kind smile looked up from wiping a table. Her smile faltered for just a second when she saw him. "Sit anywhere you like, honey," she said, her voice recovering its warmth. He took a booth in the corner, his back to the wall. He ordered coffee and a burger, and when the food came, he ate slowly, methodically, feeling the warmth of it spread through his cold core. It was a different kind of warmth than he remembered, not the comforting heat of a home, but the necessary fuel of a body that had decided, against all odds, to keep going. He used the restroom to clean up as best he could. The face in the mirror was a stranger's, gaunt and haunted, with a purple gash on his forehead. But the eyes, while tired, were his own. They were not the flat, empty eyes of the caretakers. They held a story, a terrible one, but it was his. There was a payphone outside the gas station. He stood looking at it for a long time, the receiver heavy in his hand. He had the number for the ranch memorized. He dropped the coins in and dialed. The line rang once, twice. A man's voice answered, Barra Ranch. Charlie Ray almost hung up. The voice was Hector's. What could he say? That he was being hunted by creatures made of silence. That he had almost become one of them. "Hello," Hector said again, his tone shifting from polite to cautious. "It's Charlie Ray," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "The man from the storm." There was a long pause. He could hear the faint crackle of the line, the sound of the desert wind on both ends of the connection. "Are you in trouble?" Hector asked finally. There was no judgment in his voice, only a simple, practical concern. "Yes," Charlie Ray said. It was the truest word he had spoken. "Where are you?" He looked around, giving the name of the town. "Silver Springs. That's a good 5 hours from here." Another pause. "Can you get to Las Cruces? There's a bus station there. Dr. Aris. She's in Santa Fe for a conference, but I can meet you." The offer was so straightforward, so human, that it felt like a lifeline thrown across a great distance. He wasn't being asked for explanations or promises, just a location, a meeting point. "I can get there," Charlie Ray said. "Good, the station by the university. I'll be there by evening." The line went dead. Charlie Ray hung up the receiver. The act of having a destination, a person waiting, changed the texture of the air. The landscape outside the phone booth was still the same harsh desert, but but it was no longer just an empty space to be endured. It was a distance to be crossed. He bought a ticket for Las Cruces with the last of his money. The bus was old and smelled of disinfectant. He took a window seat and watched the mesas and scrubland roll by. The cold inside him was a dormant thing, a sleeping predator. He knew it was not gone. The thing in the church, the man in the suit, they were still out there. They would not forget his defiance. But for now, for the duration of this bus ride, he was just a man traveling from one point to another. The simplicity of it was a kind of grace. He dozed fitfully, waking as the bus pulled into the Las Cruces station. The sun was setting, painting the Organ Mountains in shades of orange and purple. He stepped off the bus into the cool evening air and scanned the parking lot. For a moment, he saw nothing but strangers. Then he saw him. Hector was leaning against a beat-up ranch truck, his hat pulled low. He raised a hand in a slow, deliberate wave. Charlie Ray walked toward him. Hector looked him up and down, taking in the faded bruises, the general air of weariness. He didn't offer a handshake or a false smile. "You hungry?" Hector asked. Charlie Ray nodded. "Good, there's a place nearby. The food is bad, but it's cheap." Hector opened the passenger door. "Get in." As Charlie Ray slid into the truck, he caught a glimpse of a small, smooth stone hanging from the rearview mirror. It was the same kind of stone the boy in the logging town had given him, a charm against the dark. He looked at Hector, who just nodded once, a silent understanding passing between them. The journey wasn't over, but he was no longer walking alone. The truck's engine turned over with a reluctant grumble. Hector drove with a quiet competence, his eyes constantly scanning the road and the world beyond it. He didn't ask any questions, for which Charlie Ray was profoundly grateful. The silence in the cab was a buffer, a space to let the jangling pieces of himself settle. The diner was exactly as advertised. Fluorescent lights humming over cracked vinyl booths. The air thick with the smell of old grease. A tired-looking waitress brought them coffee in thick ceramic mugs. Hector ordered for both of them, something called a plate special. When the food arrived, a heap of eggs, potatoes, and chorizo, Hector finally spoke, his voice low. "Alina, Dr. Eris, she called me after you left. Said she was worried. Said you had a look about you." Charlie Ray stared at the food, his appetite suddenly gone. "What kind of look?" "The kind people get when they're standing on a ledge," Hector said simply. He took a bite of his food. "She said you asked about the hollow folk, the quiet ones." The words hung in the air between them. Charlie Ray felt a chill that had nothing to do with the diner's air conditioning. He looked at Hector, really looked at him. The man's face was weathered by sun and wind, but his eyes were clear and sharp. There was a deep, patient knowledge in them. "You know about them," Charlie Ray said. It wasn't a question. Hector nodded slowly, wiping his mouth with a paper napkin. "My grandmother called them Los Comediants de la Pena, the sorrow eaters. She said they were old, older than the churches they hide in. come when the pain is too loud. They offer a trade. A trade, Charlie Ray echoed. The memory of the cold peace, a vivid ache. You give them your grief, your noise, your memories. They give you silence. It sounds like a good deal until you realize the silence is all that's left. Hector pushed his plate away. Most people who make the trade, they're gone. They become part of the quiet. But you walked away. I broke the record, Charlie Ray whispered, more to himself than to Hector. Hector's eyes narrowed. The record. Their piece. It's like a perfect song. I was a flaw in it. I remembered other things. He thought of the vet's eyes, the boy with the truck. I made a mess. A faint, grim smile touched Hector's lips. A mess is good. A mess is life. They can't stand a mess. He leaned forward, his voice dropping even lower. But walking away once doesn't mean you're free. They don't like losing a soul they've tasted. They consider it theirs. They will be waiting for a moment of weakness. A quiet moment. The truth of it settled over Charlie Ray like a weight. The cold inside him was a leash, and they were holding the other end. So what do I do? You stay noisy, Hector said. You stay messy. You stay connected. Loneliness is their doorway. He gestured with his chin toward the window, toward the darkening desert. Alina is coming back tomorrow. She wants to see you. She's a good person to have in your corner. She sees things others miss. They finished their meal in silence. As they walked back to the truck, the vast desert night felt immense and watchful. The stars were a brilliant, cold scatter overhead. Charlie Ray felt small beneath them, but for the first time, the feeling wasn't one of desolation. It was a reminder of scale. His story was just one small, noisy song in a silent universe, but it was his song. Hector started the truck. I have a spare room at the ranch. It's not much, but the walls are thick. You can sleep there tonight. Thank you, Charlie Ray said. The words inadequate, but deeply meant. Hector just nodded. As they pulled onto the highway, heading north toward the ranch, Charlie Ray watched the headlights cut a path through the darkness. He was still cold. He was still afraid. But he was moving toward something, a conversation, a face, a tomorrow. It was a fragile defense against an ancient enemy, but it was a human one. And for now, it was enough.